Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the opening session of the 2021 Fall OMNI. And I am so grateful to be here as your coordinator. And I've really been excited about this OMNI, and we continue to do it even in difficult times. And so I'm super grateful for the administration backing. I also want to thank Elizabeth. And Elizabeth has been instrumental in the setting up of this OMNI conference, and we're super grateful for her and all of her work. When you take a look at the program, that's really all of her work and her precise details, and I'm just so grateful for all the time that she has spent with the program and keeping this tradition going of having an OMNI every single year. I also would like to thank Antonio. Antonio just stepped in, and Antonio, not to put you on the spot, but that's what we do sometimes. Can you just give us a couple welcoming remarks?
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm really excited that we get to witness and be a part of such an amazing event. I'm looking forward to catching as many sessions as I can, as my schedule allows. I think we appreciate how much work, effort, time, and heart really goes into putting together something like this, and all the work that you all put in to put something together that's effective and amazing, and sharing with us and making yourselves vulnerable to do that. This is truly something that helps develop those leadership skills and is going to help shape you as a person as you take your journey through higher education and work toward those goals. So thank you so much for being willing to participate and to help strengthen our honors community.
Thank you, Antonio, for those wonderful words. And we have the support of the best administration in California here, and Antonio is our Dean of the Honors Program. We're so grateful for your words, and thank you. So on behalf of Elizabeth, I also want to thank our navigators. Our navigators are great leaders. We couldn't have an OMNI without them, and they have been instrumental in the development of the OMNI from its very inception. And so I'd like to just recognize the three of them that are here, and they'll be serving as moderators during the course of the conference. Anaya is our moderator for today. I'm super grateful for Anaya and all of our leadership this year. Rolando, multiple time presenter here at the OMNI, has been a moderator and presenter in the past, and we're just so grateful for your time, Rolando. And I think it's appropriate that Hugo would start off our conference today. Just a stalwart for the Navigator program, and is a wonderful moderator and great leader. So I just want to say thank you to the three of you for participating and serving as navigators. I'm grateful for that. So Anaya, I'll leave it up to you and take it away.
Cool. Hi, everyone. My name is Nyle Connolly, and I am an honors navigator and a student ambassador. So today is our first session, and there will be three presentations today, 2 pre-recorded and 1 live. There is a commentary form that I'll put in the chat. And if you want to gain enrichment hours, then you can just fill that out. And if you just want to do it for fun, you can also do that. We have a couple of community expectations that we expect you to follow. So just to know that this is a safe space meant for learning. Practice patience with yourself and others, and treating everyone with respect, dignity, and kindness. Speak from personal experience and avoid speaking for others, and avoid generalizations. Give everyone a chance to speak, and please don't interrupt. And if you disagree with someone, ask questions to understand their intent or offer alternate interpretations. Cool. And we'll begin with our first pre-recorded presentation by Hugo Daniel Peralta Ramirez. And his presentation is called Fact or Fiction, Guatemala and La United Fruit Co. It's an examination, comparison, and analysis of Guatemala under La United Fruit Company as portrayed through literature, secondary sources, and photojournalism. Okay, so let's begin.
Hello, my name is Hugo Peralta Ramirez, and this is my presentation for Dr. Bond's History 101 Honors class. Fact or Fiction, Guatemala and the United Fruit Company. Dr. Bond's honors course had a theme, which was food and world history, and as a Latin American historian, I chose to study the bananas, specifically looking at Guatemala. So I combined my knowledge as a Latin American historian and as a Spanish literature double major by examining the literature around the United Fruit Company and how it authentically manifested itself in Guatemala, specifically with its development. In short, my research question was, to what extent is Latin American visual arts and literature surrounding the United Fruit Company's latifundio systems, infrastructure, and plantation life true when looking at Guatemala before and potentially after the 1954 coup? So my thesis was, it is no doubt that literature is a fallacious representation of life, but so too is an incomplete colonial account. By employing a post-colonial framework on the literature of Latin America with respect to the United Fruit Company's operations in the Caribbean basin, neo-colonial history can be better understood with both themes and micro examples illustrated with the literature. Before I move on, I feel I must explain the methodology that I use when conducting my research and coming to my creative conclusion. Magical realism in literature is a genre where essentially the magical seems normal and the normal seems magical, where technology is referred to as magic and magic is referred to as the natural order. In history and in Latin American culture and literature, it is an approach to looking at post-colonialism by looking at things from the point of view of the conquered peoples rather than accepting the standard narrative of the colonizer. That can, despite the best of intentions, to be scrutinized, can still carry many flaws and biases. The two books I will specifically be looking at will be The Green Pope by Miguel Ángel Asturias, in Guatemala, and 100 Years of Solitude by Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Before I move on, I want to establish a few quick definitions here. Puerto Barrios was the main port city of the southern Caribbean coast of Guatemala. When I refer to the land reform enacted by President Jacobo Arbenz, the president who was overthrown by the CIA, pictured here, I'm referring to Decree 900, that is the land reform. La Frutera or El Pulpo were the Spanish nicknames that were given to the United Fruit Company by the inhabitants of the region. The term Banana Republic refers to a Latin American nation with an unstable government and which has fruits or other cash crops as their main economic base. Bananization is a term coined by Eduardo Galeano in his 1971 book, The Open Veins of Latin America, which analyzes the colonial and neo-colonial history of the continent. And the term refers to the how and why and what led to the establishment of the Banana Republic. The specific ramifications of the processes is what I will get into right now. So let's quickly begin with some context to the United Fruit Company. What became known as the conglomerate of the United Fruit began in 1870 with a small company called Boston Fruit. Of course, the cultivation of bananas at the time was still informal and small, and especially limited to the Caribbean islands. Around the same time in Honduras, Minor Keith, a nephew of a wealthy American family and a colonist, was working on building railroads through Costa Rica. It was in 1899 when the two titans of the Caribbean basin united their forces. So big cash crop agriculture meets big industry, and the rest is history. Here, the common unit. In both the literature and the history of Latin America, the theme of importing U.S. progress, civilization, development is prominent. In these two extracts of Miguel Ángel Asturias' novel, The Green Pope, you have two sides of the same coin in Guatemala on the aims of development. With one character saying that the fruit will generate wealth, build industrial cities, with all the benefits of technology, telegrams, transportation, communication, etc. While the other says that the railroads and ports are not meant to be philanthropic efforts from La Frontera and that they could care less about the welfare of the native populations. Arguably the most emblematic symbol of the exploitation operations of the United Fruit Company in Guatemala under the pretense of development is the railroad. The railroad in Marquez's novel is seen as an extraordinary item governed by magic, not human ingenuity, and the villagers of the fabled Latin American town greeted with rapture, saying that it will bring them wealth, connect them to civilization, and overall be a net positive. In real life, however, that is not so. The railroad in the novel was built by a character named Mr. Brown, and as another historian noted, Mr. Brown's Southern heritage, duplicitous tactics, and use of paramilitaries paralleled the actions of the banana tycoon Samuel Zemurray. Zemurray had originally had his own banana enterprise, but joined the United Fruit after a series of price wars at the beginning of the Great Depression. In Asturias's Green Pope, the building of the Guatemalan Railroad is undertaken by a character from the industrial Northeast, a reference to Minor Cooper Keith. Again, the railroad was the glue for all the ventures, as the literature, both nonfiction and nonfiction shows. These maps are taken from Schlesinger and Kinzer's Bitter Fruit, and one from 2001 from the University of Texas are of particular interest to me because they really serve to illustrate the size of the latifundio system. We have a pretty detailed map of the country with this special note of the rivers and mountains. And of course, don't forget that Guatemala, being in Central America, is very tropical and has dense rainforests as well as old Maya ruins in them. So with all of this in mind, the geography would of course be naturally difficult to maneuver. The map shows the railroads, and it was the railroads that connected the nation or the latifundio. You can see that up in the Atlantic coast of Guatemala lies Puerto Barrios, again, the only Caribbean Atlantic port that United Fruit had at the time. And the railroad that ends at Puerto Barrios connects directly to the other major provinces and their capitals, and down to the southern Pacific port city of San Jose. I do not think it is completely possible to fathom the size of the neocolonial system that La Frontera established in Guatemala. In his book, Las Venas Abiertas de América Latina, the Paraguayan journalist Eduardo Galeano referred to the logistics and scale of El Pulpo's operations in Latin America as a latifundio system, a structure that dates back to both the colonization of the New World and by Spain and Rome's plantation operations in the Mediterranean. Galeano also notes that the pillar of this system included the ships, factories, railroads, and banks. With respect to factories, Galeano refers to the original historical term of the word, factories, which were fortified trading outposts that specialized in slavery or other lucrative goods. So of course the factories produced the bananas violently, the railroads connected the plantations or factories, the ships brought the bananas to the global market, and of course, the whole operation was financed by banks as well as investment on the free market. A key economic principle that is also worth noting, that keeping in mind, is that bananas, or any cash crops for that matter, are extremely sensitive to market fluctuations and other externalities, including nature. And with the basis of Guatemala's economy being cash crop, the United Fruit Company and the dictatorships who worked with the United Fruit Company put the nation at a disadvantage on the global market. The number one thing that the images in the past two slides and in this slide really capture is the sheer size of the Frontera latifundio system that it consisted of. In the black and white photographs by Cornell Kappa, the railroad again is shown emphasizing its importance. And also in those primary sources, vast plantation lands are also evident, stretching as far as the eye or lens in this case could see and capture. This map shows the importance of the global trade network that El Pulpo established in bringing bananas from Latin America and the Caribbean, primarily on and from the Atlantic ports to Europe and the United States. Again, this was a global neocolonial model. Of course, this was one side of imperialism, and that was more of an economic approachment. At the time, another form is a cultural imperialism. At the time, of course, the liberal ideas of progress and civilization carried racial undertones. In Guatemala, the racist attitudes of Americans developed primarily because many of its prominent officials were American Southerners. To build the latifundio system, coercion was used and needed. Specifically, the violence with mercenaries was utilized in a way needed to maintain the system. By the same token, there was a strong spirit of the Jim Crow South, American South, which manifested itself in segregated company towns between American officials and United Fruit Company workers, Guatemalan laborers. In the literature, this is also evident with excerpts from Garcia Marquez that talks about the inequalities in the construction of the houses and the qualities of the houses and the juxtaposition of wealth, with the American neighborhoods being more developed and the native neighborhoods being underdeveloped. One thing that is noteworthy is that the United Fruit Company renovated that company, the company towns renovated by the United Fruit Company did include schools, stores, hospitals. Nonetheless, they lacked funding or adequate developed world standards. I believe it's safe to say that the United Fruit Company is not remembered for its humanitarian endeavor, and rightly so. A good historian, however, should take note of every objectionably good and bad thing surrounding his studies and research. It's actually quite curious to note that the New York Times and Los Angeles Times back in the first third of the 20th century lauded the United Fruit Company for its work of civilizing and developing Guatemala. In fact, the United Fruit Company even protected and at times restored or conserved the ancient Maya ruins that it encountered when clearing jungle for plantations and developing railroads. Sam Zimmery was also an avid patron of Tulane University, located in New Orleans, funded by his banana wealth. These actions, of course, were optics, either born out of an imperialist psyche of the period or United Fruit's own publicity campaigns. It is also worth mentioning that although Cornell Kappa, the activist photographer whose images I have used throughout this presentation, may have been staged or handled by the United Fruit Company for the sake of its own public image. So when it comes to the images, take them with a grain of salt, as they may not show the true brutality of the latifundio system. One last thing that is also worth noting is that on the ground, the popularity of the United Fruit Company's leaders was true among some Guatemalans. These, of course, were wealthier Guatemalans. And in Guatemala, since the Spanish first arrived, wealth and social class and race are arguably still connected to ancestry. In essence, the better off descendants of the Spanish settlers. As I said earlier, using a post-colonial lens to view the history of the voiceless or the conquered against the voice of the victor can give us a more complete image. With that in mind, it's also worth examining the standard narrative of Guatemala that was. With the end of the decade of democracy in Guatemala, under Arbenz's liberal reform administration via the US-backed coup, the US and United Fruit Company did try to underplay and misconstrue the reality of the Arbenz administration and the operations of the US and United Fruit in Guatemala. The US did falsify media reports on Arbenz to make him look like a communist and did censor a lot of the CIA records. And of course, United Fruit would later go on to rebrand itself to Chiquita Banana to wash its hands of Guatemala. Even before and after the era of liberal reforms, United Fruit would also undermine its workers with legislation under the dictatorships that they collaborated with. It was within this context, however, that Garcia Marquez did publish his novel, granted many years after the events had happened. And Asturias did witness most of these happenings, both under the pre-Arbenz dictatorship that cozied up to the United Fruit Company and the issues during and after Arbenz's dictatorship, Arbenz's government, with the United Fruit's involvement in the dictatorships, which he does chronicle first in the Green Book and later in short stories such as A Weekend in Guatemala. With the United Fruit Company's coup against Arbenz, the installation of a military junta in Guatemala, the military understandably took control of the nation. Under the dictatorships, the junta and the military launched an indiscriminate campaign repressing the poor, workers, and activists in the countryside, many of which were of Maya heritage. This did evolve to become the Mayan genocide or Guatemalan Civil War. Again, United Fruit Company distanced itself from the event, rebranding itself into Chiquita Banana and relinquishing control of the latifundio system that it had developed. As Eduardo Galeano noted also, United Fruit shifted its model from holding all the lands and developing the country to contracting independent farms, which put all the stress on the native producers because of the cost and environmental risks, as well as competition. This economic vacuum, no jobs for unskilled laborers, underdeveloped industries, as well as weak government initiatives such as education and rapid crime, has fostered conditions for mass migration, noted in a podcast interview by the Harvard Business Review. This residue of the banana company's exit is also illustrated in the final chapter of Garcia Marquez's novel. Overall, I leave you with these conclusions. Examining post-colonial history via literature in the absence of a record, in this case due to poor, undereducated, and censored labors, can be a useful tool to revise the colonial narrative, in this case, that of the United Fruit and the CIA. Also, today's humanitarian issues in Guatemala is the US's responsibility to remedy, but be it as a domestic affair at the border or constructive diplomacy. Moreover, it's important to recognize these shortcomings, and although there are certain nuances, like Samuel Zimmery being a bootstrapping immigrant, La Frutera providing political stability and economic prosperity relatively, but the means were violent and unequal, so the short-term costs and benefits don't outweigh the human and political long-term sufferings. This is my bibliography. Thank you for your time.
All right, and we'll now go into our 5-minute. That was amazing, Hugo. If we can give him a round of applause with the emojis and the, you know.
Thank you. You're way too kind.
We will now enter our 5-minute Q&A session. So if y'all have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Hugo, one of the stories that I've been recently reading is King Leopold's Ghost, kind of a great story about imperialism in the Congo. The role of missionaries play a major role within that story. Have you come across any role for American missionaries in this imperialism story? And if so, what was it like?
I'll be honest, I did not encounter any missionary work while researching. I know now there are Mormon missionaries encroaching in Guatemala, specifically because of their belief that Christ had come to the Americas and talked with the native inhabitants, and they rationalized that Christ spoke with the Mayas, and now they want to restore the Mayan ruins for Mormonism. But it's interesting because they do provide a lot of humanitarian aid, but at the same time, it's like, you know, who should we prioritize, the Mormon belief or the traditional Mayan heritage and sovereignty?
And could I assume that the U.S. press of the time was very positive towards American encroachment in this area, or have you come across a positive message or a negative message in terms of that role?
In terms of the role back then, or in terms of the
of United Fruit at that time, were they positivistic about the role of bringing progress into the through industrialization and the latifundio system and commerce? Is it kind of like commerce and civilization go hand in hand? Did you come across any kind of press messages like that?
I only observed the New York Times and LA Times, but I was just this morning watching a short documentary on, you know, how United Fruit was invested in the Panama Canal, of course with President Roosevelt, but also the United Fruit did loan its fleets to fight in World War II. Again, because of Samuel Zimmery, the CEO, being of Jewish descent, trying to fight fascism in Germany. that's interesting to know, that that collaboration between United Fruit and the US government.
I have a question for you, Hugo. You looked at the latifundia system and neocolonialism through the lens of literature. As you looked through the literature, did you come across any other topics that you might want to use that lens to explore?
It's curious that you say that, because the reason I love using this technique, this post-colonial framework, is because yes, it can be applied to more recent history, but it is truly stronger and originates in older history in Latin America, looking at independence movements, looking at at the original colonization in the 16th century. So that's kind of where it's born out of. There are a number of other great novels that talk about the history and do kind of approach it with the post-colonial framework. Not exactly magical realism, but certainly I wouldn't know how to explain it in so simply, but there are other authors that do speak about this through literature, but also tying it back to history and that kind of vision of the narrative of the conquered versus the conquered.
Great, thanks.
You mentioned, Hugo, great job. You mentioned that you felt the United States had a responsibility based on their role, then to be involved now in some capacity. I'm assuming like reparations of some sort, or what are you, when you say that, what are you referring to? What would you think would be appropriate?
I think that setting up more humanitarian centers at the border would just be the most simple thing, the most common sense thing. Diplomatic aid can get complicated only because there are so many stipulations and so much corruption in the nations affected by United Fruit Company. I would say more than anything, just stop intervening in the countries. That's still something that has happened within the last 10 years, especially in Honduras. That's been in the news a little more. So that would be, those three key things are what I would say. Humanitarian, peace at the border, some form of cooperative foreign assistance, not just and just stop intervening as well, military intervention.
Awesome, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Hugo. And that was our time for a 5-minute live Q&A. We will now be moving on to our next speaker, Haewon Irene Chung. This presentation is called The Aesthetic and Artistic Values of Disturbing Artworks, an examination of what constitutes aesthetic and artistic values and a defense for the artistic value of disturbing artworks that do not evoke aesthetic pleasure. Right, take it away, Irene.
Thank you. Okay, so my name is Irene Chung, and now I'll start my presentation on the artistic and aesthetic values of disturbing artworks that artworks that I've conducted under Professor Kyle Thompson as a part of my Philosophy 101 honors class. So, since the dawn of humanity, we have been surrounded by art and visual representations of our ideas, identities, and beliefs. Intrigued philosophers have continuously pondered over the meaning of art, in addition to their communicative and expressive functions. What is the relationship between beauty and art? What constitutes artistic and aesthetic values? Influenced by these questions and sociocultural shifts, the definition of art has been subject to change. Although art is traditionally thought as objects that evoke aesthetic pleasure, artists consistently challenge this preconceived notion throughout history. The distance between art and aesthetic value has been undeniably increasing, especially since the rise of modern art movements such as Dadaism and postmodernism. And just so you know, this is a postmodernist work too. For instance, literal urinals and corpses have been released as artworks and are sold for millions. Why do we assign disturbing artworks such as Damien Hirst's butterfly glass windows with immense artistic value, even though it evokes feelings of contempt and annoyance rather than visual pleasure and comfort? Hirst's butterfly stained glass windows resemble cathedral stained glass windows, but they're actually composed of thousands of real, selectively bred and slaughtered butterflies' wings that were arranged in careful patterns. In order to justify the artistic value of these works, this research will explore and attempt to define what constitutes artistic value, along with beauty and the relation between aesthetic pleasure and artistic value. Finally, I will argue that aesthetic pleasure and artistic value are similar, but they are separate. Therefore, artworks need not to be aesthetic. Before jumping into the separation of aesthetic and artistic values, we must study their history first, which centers around the argument of objectivity versus subjectivity in aesthetics. The goal of objectivity and subjectivity was long debated by philosophers and even the earliest of them. This includes the Sophists and the Pythagoreans. The Pythagoreans highly valued harmony when making aesthetic judgments, which can be seen in their claim that order and proportion are beautiful and useful, while the order and lack of proportion are ugly and useless. They thought quantifiable measures such as mathematical accuracy and balanced proportions were the sole determinants of aesthetic value. Influenced by their cosmocentric beliefs, or the assumption that the universe is the center of the world and we humans have no power to govern the universe, they attempted to approach and evaluate beauty with numerical measurements because they thought the universe should constitute what beauty means, just like how it governs everything else of existence. In response to this, the anthropocentric sophists presented a counterargument that beauty is a subjective experience and nothing else but the pleasure of the eyes and ears, meaning that objective measurements of beauty are insignificant compared to the subjective judgments made by mankind. Man, they said, is the measure of all things. This subjectivistic interpretation is expanded upon by several philosophers throughout history, such as David Hume. In Hume's book, The Standard of Taste, Hume argues that beauty is inherently subjective and personal, claiming each mind perceives a different beauty instead of making aesthetic judgments on a set scale. Since beauty is not a tangible value, he claimed that it exists in our very perceptions of it. For example, a person might find beauty from the intricate nature-made patterns of mold on a rotting apple, while another person may feel disgusted by the sight of it. But how do we make sense of disturbing art? Now that we've outlined the distinction between aesthetic and artistic value, we can ask, how do we make sense of art that evokes disturbance rather than aesthetic pleasure? Hume's argument is crucial to understanding that disturbing and grotesque artworks can be perceived as valuable to others, which can be seen from his claim that one person may even perceive deformity where another is sensible of beauty. However, Hume's justification on the subjectivity of aesthetics cannot fully justify why certain postmodernist artworks, such as Marcel Duchamp's Fountain, can be deemed as art despite their radical departure from the sophist definition of art as visual representations that are meant to please. This question can be answered by Chiara Leonardi's response that the fundamental difference between art and beauty is that art is about who has produced it, whereas beauty depends on who's looking at it, which she said in response to Philosophy Now's question, what is art or what is beauty? So she proposed that art and beauty are inherently separate, meaning an artwork's artistic value can be dictated by other factors such as cultural and societal significance or the artist's intent. Marcel Duchamp's Fountain exemplifies her claim, where the repulsive and valueless urinal shook the art world by being presented as art, hence changing society's philosophical approach to judging artistic value. With Leonardi's claim that art and beauty are separate, and therefore aesthetic value isn't the sole determinant of art, it can also be argued that the feelings of disgust and contempt that certain artworks evoke even make those pieces artistically significant. Damien Hirst's butterfly kaleidoscope works such as Disintegration, The Crown of Life, 2006, which is inside the slides right now, is a stained glass window that consists of thousands of dead butterfly wings, which were produced through intentional breeding for their aesthetic qualities. The window resembles exquisite glass artworks in Christian churches, while simultaneously representing death and cruelty, represented by the gruesome and controversial process of selectively breeding and murdering butterflies to produce the work. Despite the controversial production process that engenders criticism on animal cruelty and religious offense, the final product could still be compared to the sublime experience due to the morbid feelings of horror and aesthetic pleasure that it is meant to evoke. The dynamic relationship between the epiphany and horror that this piece withholds is resemblant of Kant's concept of the sublime experience, which can be summarized as when we experience nature as fearful while knowing ourselves to be in a position of safety, and hence without, in fact, being afraid. Since Damien Hirst's butterfly piece implicitly addresses this philosophically significant sublime experience through these contempt-evoking mediums, the piece challenges traditional art practices that focus on visual pleasure. Furthermore, it emphasizes Leonardi's claim that cultural, historical, or philosophical significance can give value to an artwork, even if that piece intentionally avoids giving pure artistic pleasure. But to what extent does an artwork's cultural or historical significance and its aesthetic value dictate a piece's artistic value? While the aesthetic value of artworks has outweighed the historical impact in defining an artwork's artistic value in the past, this assumption has been challenged by the release of Marcel Duchamp's fountain. The fountain is a mass-produced, worn-out urinal with a signature R mud carved into its side, which was intended not to deliver any aesthetic pleasure by the artist. Yet Duchamp still claimed that this piece holds artistic value because of the very fact that he made it so. The performance shook the artistic world and the definition of art, and the measurements of artistic value. However, it must be noted that there are still objections to Duchamp's impact on the philosophical definition of art and aesthetics. Duchamp's work reified previous and older categories of what counts as art, which are representations or expressions of objects and ideas. Just like how prehistoric people created sculptures that are purely representational figures of animals or pottery or human life, Duchamp technically created a representation of the modern laboratory experience. In addition, some other objections claim that despite Duchamp's challenge seems radical, this is simply another example of someone rebelling against their current standards of aesthetic and artistic value. For instance, when Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque invented a heavily abstracted geometric art style that is Cubism, which is this art piece here, the public might have gone through a similar shock. Still, Duchamp's and Picasso's challenge against current societal standards of art supports the idea that artistic value can still be subject to change. Therefore, it is possible for an artwork to have value purely due to its historical significance rather than aesthetic pleasure, albeit the vast majority of artworks evoke some sort of aesthetic pleasure. To wrap up this presentation, the definition of art and artistic value has constantly been subject to change and is once again heavily challenged by controversial modern art. Although aesthetic pleasure and historical significance both weigh into our judgments of artistic value, the significance of historical and cultural impact has grown exponentially since the era of modern art, especially since the emergence of postmodernist art, such as Damien Hirst's butterfly works, that intentionally ignores aesthetic pleasure to emphasize its societal influence. Therefore, neither aesthetic pleasure nor societal impact alone can completely dictate the true value of art when it is judged by people who have malleable definitions of art. And by malleable, I mean they believe that there's no one set standard or rule when it comes to judging artworks. And still, aesthetic pleasure historically have been a significant factor in deciding a piece's artistic value, and it must not be ignored. To conclude my presentation or my research, I studied and defined aesthetic value and artistic value with an eye to the history of aesthetics. And I argued that aesthetic pleasure and artistic value are similar and both can dictate an artwork's value, but they're inherently separate, and therefore artworks do not need to be aesthetically pleasing to be art. Do you have any questions? And thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Irene. Great presentation. We'll now enter into the 5-minute Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, first, please give Irene a round of applause. But if anyone has any questions, please unmute and ask a question, or put it in the chat as well.
Oh, I have a question. That was a great presentation. I really enjoyed it. I'm really curious to see what you think about art moving forward, since in the past, art was mostly physical. You know, we had paintings, we had sculptures and things like that. But as we look forward into the future, it seems that art is transforming, it's moving into the digital era. We have a lot of Photoshop images, we have a lot of 3D images. So I'm curious to know how you think art is going to change as far as value goes, since you mentioned cultural aspects and aesthetics and all and that kind of stuff. How do you think art's going to be valued in the future being digital?
I can't explain, or I can't like say anything for sure about how artworks might be valued, but one thing I know and heard about is since technology is evolving, there's more and more like immersive artworks, such as I don't know if you've heard about it, but there's like an immersive museum of Van Gogh's work where you can go into a room and there's a beam projector that's like projecting all of his works that's like moving, which is animated by artificial intelligence, by the way. And there's like a lot of other artworks like that. And I think at least for like right now, a lot of artworks will center around like the development of artificial intelligence and technology, and will be valued or judged based on those standards as well.
Cool, thank you.
Hi, Irene. That was a really, really great presentation. I really enjoyed it. I'm curious what your thoughts are on art pieces that arguably try and be sort of like Duchamp's fountain, in that like it's supposed to sort of evoke a certain anger or questionable sort of idea of what art is. And I'm also thinking of Piss Christ, which was like really, really poorly received. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on art pieces like that that sort of evoke an argument as to what art is, in that is it meant to offend certain people, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think although like most artworks, we usually think artworks as something that's like not to offend us or like something that's meant to give us pleasure. I think those have like a lot of historical significance, because since pieces like Piss Christ, I've learned that too, and Damien Hirst's like Dead Butterfly Windows got released, I think that kind of challenged like what society views as art, and because of that, it has like a lot of philosophical significance, I guess. And I find it really interesting because it's just like constantly changing how we view or like perceive our world and our surroundings. I hope that answered your question. I'm sorry if it didn't well enough.
It did. That was great. Thank you so much.
I have a question, but any others before I ask mine? Okay, cool. So what made you decide to research this topic?
It was partially because of the art history classes that I took, because when I saw Duchamp's urinal, I was like, how is this art? This is disgusting. And after that, after I kind of forgot about that piece, I started trying out new art mediums as an artist myself. And I eventually tried out taxidermy, which is something that might disgust a lot of people. And while I was doing that, I started kind of thinking about how like some disturbing things can be still be considered as art and what makes them so. So I guess like that kind of inspired me to make this presentation. Yeah.
So after the taxidermy, do you now view the other art as art now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it changed your view then.
Yeah. I mean, in addition to the taxidermy, when I like studied the history of it, I kind of got to like understand better about why these artworks are significant, even though they're really gross. So yeah.
All right, thank you, Irene. Great presentation again.
Thank you.
We will now watch our pre-recorded presentation by Zoe Romine. Zoe's presentation is called Conscious versus Unconscious, Moral Accountability in Visual Media, Examining Violence in The Last of Us, a ludological and narrative examination of The Last of Us franchise's use of consequence and accountability for violence in a goal-oriented, story-based video game format.
Hello, my name is Zoe Romine, and today I'm going to be doing a presentation on conscious versus unconscious moral accountability in visual media with a focus on video games, more specifically the video game franchise The Last of Us. Before we begin, I want to give a quick trigger warning that I will be discussing and depicting topics of murder and violence. In this presentation, my overarching argument is, due to the interactive and immersive nature of video games, the medium is able to highlight themes of consequence through players' association with characters. I argue in examining the narrative and ludology, The Last of Us franchise is able to engage a sense of player accountability through the character association in combination with its story-based, goal-oriented format. To begin, I believe it's important to give a basis as to how accountability has been expressed in visual media in the past. For this, we can turn towards the theories of Laura Mulvey, author of Visual Pleasure and Narrative Cinema, and more broadly, the basics of spectatorship. In her piece, Mulvey more broadly explains the role that audiences have with characters that are depicted on screen, more specifically the voyeuristic or perverted sense of spectatorship that audiences have with what occurs on screen. A great example of this is the peephole scene from the 1960 film Psycho, which I have depicted on the right. In the scene, we can see Norman Bates watching Marion Crane through the peephole on the wall. While we're given an intimate look into the acts of Norman Bates through the close camera shots of him, we're also put into the shoes of Norman Bates ourselves, through the perspective shots where we can see directly through his eye line, even going as far to see the drywall of the peephole bordering the camera shot. While this is done to give a sense of unease to viewers and make audiences uncomfortable with their relationship to Norman Bates, when Bates proceeds to kill Marion Crane later on, audiences aren't held accountable for the acts of violence he commits, because while they had intimate knowledge of his perverted acts, there was nothing they could do to interfere. As we transition from discussing the role of accountability in viewers in film, I want to quote Mark Wolf, who explains the difference between the role of spectatorship with film and the role of players in video games very well. He says, while films traditionally position the spectator to identify with the main character through the point of view and other techniques of searcher, the actions of the player on-screen surrogate character in video games are controlled by the spectator/player who vicariously experiences the same through the on-screen surrogate as a participant, not just an observer. And though we might refer to the film as spectatorship as active due to the viewer's ongoing attempt to make sense of the film, the video game player is even more active, making sense of the game as well as causing and reacting to the events depicted. One really important way this is done is through choice-based games. For example, we can see on the left images of the video game Undertale, released in 2015 by Toby Fox. In this game, he plays an unnamed genderless character who's trapped in the middle of a strange new world filled with monsters. The player is given the choice to either go throughout the world in a pacifist or an aggressive manner, which can be seen through the options to either fight or have mercy on the characters they meet. Depending on how the player moves throughout the game, they can result in two different endings, both being clearly distinct and defined by preconceived morals of right and wrong. Because of these really distinct differences and because of the element of choice, when subsequent consequences of the player's choice occurs, they're far more likely to accept the consequences of their actions. Going even further, we can see these concepts expanded upon through the extensive choice making in video games like Detroit Become Human, released by Quantic Dream in 2018. In this game, the choice making is far more extensive, being given 3 different characters to play throughout the game, and players making both minor and major choices, some of which can result in characters dying or even being completely removed from the remainder of the game. This illusion of choice, based around the idea that both minor and major choices within the game's boundaries are impactful on the game's events, not only further the sense of player-character association, but put players in a position of immense amount of accountability for the choices they made. And here we can see just a few of the choice maps players encounter throughout the course of Detroit Become Human. One of these choices could result in a completely different story. With Undertale having 2 main endings, Detroit Become Human has over 40 different endings. Now, I say the illusion of choice because despite the fact that players are making conscious choices based on the desire to finish the game in a certain way, they will always be limited by the extent of the game's developers' scripted gameplay. This concept is going to be really important moving forward because the consequences are presented based on limitations of choice by the game developers. It can create a sense of stress on players due to the lack of choice and subsequent frustrating consequences. Now, moving into Last of Us Part 1. This game was released in 2013 by Naughty Dog and is set in a modern-day post-apocalyptic United States where we play primarily as Joel, a middle-aged man who was tasked with getting 14-year-old Ellie across the country in order to deliver her to an organization called the Fireflies after realizing that Ellie is immune to the virus and could potentially help to create a vaccine. Throughout the game, Joel and Ellie develop a father-daughter relationship that takes on the forefront of the focus of the game. This is especially important considering Joel serves as a sort of surrogate father to Ellie after losing his own daughter, Sarah, in the beginning of the game due to the chaos of the outbreak of the virus. Because of the specific experience of losing his daughter, Joel takes on a violent protective role over Ellie as he tries to get her to the Fireflies. Bertrand Lucat, author of Playing the Patriarchy, defined this violent surrogate father role that Joel takes on as the violent fatherhood. Because of Joel's violence in the game, defined as his role as a father, in addition to the setting of a post-apocalyptic world, for the majority of the game, the violence he commits is seen and portrayed as justified in the name of protecting Ellie. And now I'm going to show a scene from the very end of the first game. So if this is something that you want to play later on, spoilers, where Joel has successfully gotten Ellie to the Fireflies, and they realize that in order to create a vaccine, they would need to kill Ellie. Staying consistent with his role of violent fatherhood, he decides he needs to save her and kills everyone in the Firefly compound and escapes with an unconscious Ellie. The game ends with Joel lying to Ellie, saying that they couldn't use her immunity to create a vaccine and that they simply left while Ellie was sedated. So, emotional scene. Moving to The Last of Us Part 2, which was released last year in 2020 by Naughty Dog. This game is set 7 years after the ending of the first game and begins with Ellie and Joel having settled independently in a small town and having somewhat grown apart. It's especially important to note that in this game, players no longer control Joel, but now control Ellie. A major focus of this game is the reinterpretation of themes of violence from the first game, particularly through the introduction of characters that reflect very similar themes to Joel in regards of justification of violence and the personification of vengeance and protection. This is done primarily through the depiction of consequence for Joel's violence that he committed in the first game, primarily the scene that I just showed. It's important to note that these consequences are for choices that the players did not make but still voluntarily committed, in that it's necessary to save Ellie in order to complete the first game. As Stephen Poole puts it, in trigger-happy video games or the video games in the entertainment revolution, narrative sequences function like the proverbial carrot and stick. The players successfully The players must successfully complete a portion of the game before the film's next sequence is activated. If you watch closely, you could see that in the end of the clip, after picking up Ellie from the table, it moves into a cutscene as it progresses the narrative. This means that in only killing the doctors and saving Ellie can you progress through the story. The consequences of this violence come in the shape of a character named Abby, who takes on the role of justified violence, which I will show a scene that gives a bit more context for that. As a bit of a preface, the scene takes place as a flashback and takes place mainly minutes after the clip I just showed. So to make sure that everybody understands what just happened in that scene, we see Abby enter the same surgery room that Joel just shut up in order to save Ellie, and she finds her father, who happened to be the surgeon about to operate on Ellie, dead on the floor. This experience, much like Joel's experience with his daughter, serves as Abby's motivator for violence and her own personal justification for violence that she commits throughout the course of the game. She also personifies the consequences of Joel's actions. This is notably understood through Abby's murdering of Joel at the very beginning of the second game. For many players, as a consequence of Abby killing Joel out of vengeance for her father, an action that they were prompted to do without choice, left them feeling frustrated and angry, especially considering at this point Joel is a character that they spent hours learning about, playing as, and bonding with in the first game. This anger and frustration serves as a completely intentional choice in order to allow players to embody the emotions that Ellie's character feels. These feelings of anger are also conflicted because for portions of the game, players will control Abby and begin to understand her life and background, giving her more depth to her actions and its impact on Joel and Ellie's storyline. This can be easily interpreted as commentary on consequenceless violence and the idea that commonly in video games, violence is not only accepted but encouraged, whether it be for levels, points, or moving the story along. And because The Last of Us took a risk in depicting this unconventional route of the depiction of consequence for its violence, it's pretty poorly received, with tons of angry fans of the death of Joel, some even going as far as to send death threats to the actor who portrayed Abby. And in conclusion, concepts revolving around the accountability of violence are perceived and adapted to by players and viewers depending on the method in which they engage with it. The choice to make a hard-hitting death of a beloved character a consequence of an undecided but yet voluntary event instills more intense emotions than one of a scripted choice-based event. Thank you so much for watching, and here is my works cited.
Thank you. Can we get a round of applause for Zoe? Where is Zoe? Okay, here we go. So we'll now enter into our 5-minute Q&A session. So anyone who has any questions, please feel free to unmute or put it in the chat.
I have a question. So, as someone who always wanted to play this game, what inspired you or like motivated you to research this instead of any other video game for your research?
So I love this game. I love both games, actually. And when the first game came out in 2013, I absolutely loved it. I played it multiple times. I was head over heels for it. So when the second game came out last year in the middle of the pandemic, I, of course, was engrossed with it. I would play it over and over again. And after seeing a lot of the reception for it, a lot of people really, really hated it. In fact, if you look at Metacritic, the critic reviews listed it as a 93 out of 100, and the general audience rated it a 5 out of 100 because people were so angry about the death of Joel. And I also was completely broken up over the death of Joel, considering how much I loved the first game. So in playing it, I was curious as to why it was important that they felt the need to kill Joel and why they decided to implement Abby as a sort of personification of vengeance in the second game. And I thought that the reciprocation or the reception of the game was really, really interesting. So just kind of understanding the ludology and the narrative was really, really fun.
Thank you. That was awesome.
Any other questions?
It's a very
Okay.
thought-provoking presentation, Zoe. Are there other games that are like this that have done that sort of twist that you can refer to that left their audiences really confused? When we think about these video games now, they're mass, huge franchises with the potential to earn billions of dollars for the very successful ones. These would be, in many respects, right, a huge leap if you didn't respect your fan base at all. Is there a lot of money being spent on this type of development of making sure your fans are on board? As a Game of Thrones fan, I was one of those that was just like, what are you doing to this franchise? But that's not connected to the video games yet. What are your thoughts about that in terms of, are there other video games that are like this that have also made this type of decision?
Honestly, and the reason that I chose this game is because of that, is the way that a lot of fans felt that they were betrayed by Naughty Dog in this release. But I think with this, as you were saying with Game of Thrones, there's a sort of betrayal that a lot of audiences feel. With this, Naughty Dog is almost putting that sort of betrayal on the plate of the player. They're the ones that took this action and killed all the surgeons in an operating room. So when they turn around and they release this game and they say, you killed all these people and these are the consequences of you making those choices, a lot of people were not only feeling betrayed, but they felt that they were being put in a situation where they were having to be held accountable to choices that they didn't make. And I don't think that I've seen that a whole lot in video games. I think for the most part, and when I first presented this in a different context, somebody had asked me about how violence is encouraged in video games like Grand Theft Auto, where you are put on these different missions to play games that encourage you to kill people, to commit violent actions. And I think that there's so much conversation around that in releasing this game, there was this whole other conversation about how are players held accountable to their actions. And that's not something that's seen a whole lot. And that's part of the reason that I think that it was so poorly received.
Great job. I just want to also remind people that we video and record, we record these presentations and they'll be on our YouTube channel. And this is one that I definitely want to rethink about and rewatch. And so I just want to say thank you, Zoe.
Right, and there is one last question in the chat from Keith. Have you played other games that have interesting choices that didn't make it to the talk?
Well, as I listed, Detroit Become Human and Undertale are both really, really interesting ones, especially with Detroit Become Human in regards to the depiction of like morality for violence. With that game, I think it's so interesting. Oftentimes people are, more inclined to go towards the pacifist route. They want to explore what the game is, the characters, and just like with the, morality of it, a lot of people aren't inclined to go and be violent right off the bat. And so people will play through the pacifist route first and then come back and play through the aggressive route second. And the way that they formatted it is when you play through the first game, you get to know these other characters, you get to befriend a lot of these monsters that you come across, and then going through the second time, you're murdering them in cold blood. And it's a really intense sort of experience in that you've previously had, like in a different life, had an experience with these characters, and then you're murdering them to get through the game in a certain way. And I remember I did a presentation on this game a while back, and afterwards somebody came up to me like a week or two later saying, I played through the aggressive version first. And I was like, you missed the entire point of it, because the entire point of it is that you get to know these characters and then you have to kill them later on. And so I think that was one that really was interesting to me, because it's an experience in both lanes of the game where the choice that you make can be reinterpreted later on.
Thank you, Zoe. Great presentation and very thorough answers. So thank you for that. And we do have 5 minutes until our next session, which is starting at Hi, everyone. Welcome to the second session of the OMNI conference. My name is Nyle Connolly, and I am an honors navigator and a student ambassador, and I will be moderating this session today. And there will be 2 presentations. One is pre-recorded, and there is another one, pre-recorded live. Okay, so one is pre-recorded, and I think there's a live one, Elizabeth. Oh, okay, so 2 are pre-recorded, and we will have 2 live Q&A sessions. So I will also put a commentary form in the chat, and you can do that for honors enrichment hours, or if you just want to do it for fun, that's also an option. And we do have some community expectations that we expect you to follow. So know that this is a safe space meant for learning. Practice patience with yourself and others, treating everyone with respect, dignity, and kindness. Speak from personal experience and avoid speaking for others, so avoiding generalizations. Give everyone a chance to speak and never interrupt. If you disagree with someone, ask questions to understand their intent or offer alternate interpretations. Okay, so our first presentation will be by Lauren Honda, and Lauren's presentation is called Dietary Supplements, Are They Safe to Take? This presentation looks at how safe it is to take dietary supplements based on an investigation into what regulations are in place for dietary supplements.
But here we are. Supplement safety. What to know before you take supplements. Supplement overview. The very supplements that are promising to make us better could actually be making us worse. I'm going to help answer the following questions. What are supplements? Where do supplements originate from? What are the problems associated with supplements? What are supplements? The term dietary supplement means a product other than tobacco intended to supplement the diet that bears or contains one or more of the following dietary ingredients. A vitamin, B, a mineral, C, an herb or other botanical, D, an amino acid, E, a dietary substance for use by man to supplement the diet by increasing the total dietary intake, or F, a concentrate, metabolite, extract, or combination of any ingredient described in clause A, B, C, D, or E. Where do supplements originate from? Supplements can be derived from plant sources. Supplements can be derived from animal sources, such as gelatin. Mineral supplements are derived from rocks, soil, or water, and bacterial fermentation. What are the problems with supplements? Supplements aren't regulated. Supplements are often taken without a prescription. Supplements often contain hidden ingredients. Certain supplements are worse than others. Did you know that there are close to 80,000 vitamins on the market today? Did you also know that roughly 77% of US adults take supplements? Dietary and herbal supplements are typically taken when we are deficient in something, and we consequently take a supplement to, quote, cure it. Ironically, the most likely people to take supplements are those who do not need them, while those who could benefit from them are not. Out of a sample of 15,465 participants from a total sample of 21,923, quote, supplement users were more likely to be women, white, homeowners, non-smokers, and physically active, end quote. Supplements are often suggested by licensed physicians, or we may decide to self-diagnose as to what supplements we should be taking. Many of the quote over-the-counter supplements that we have at our fingertips may contain prescription drug ingredients that we are unaware of. 330 dietary supplements have recently been uncovered to contain pharmaceutical prescription drugs that would otherwise be unavailable without a prescription from a physician. Prior to being offered to the public, dietary supplements receive little to no regulation by the FDA. Only when a supplement poses an element of risk to an individual can it be flagged by the FDA. Dietary and herbal supplements are available in many forms, including capsules, powders, and liquids, as well as protein bars. Dietary and herbal supplements are used for a wide array of health reasons. You can use them to treat vitamin deficiency or compensate for an inadequate intake of nutrients in your diet due to eating plant-based or no animal products, or even to boost your energy levels. It is important to note, however, that nutritional supplements are not intended to treat, cure, or prevent any disease the same way a vaccine or prescription medication might. Taking too many nutritional supplements can adversely affect one's health. If you consume a balanced diet, you should be able to obtain all the essential nutrients through your diet alone, with no need to take a supplement. If you exclude a food group from your diet, for instance, meat and seafood, then you may be deficient in vitamin B12. This vitamin can only be found naturally in animal products. Thus, it may be necessary to take a vitamin B12 supplement. While we need vitamins A and D, taking too much of either can actually have harmful effects on the body, leading to vitamin toxicity. This is due to the fact that vitamins A and D are fat soluble and can accumulate in the body, leading to the accumulation of a toxic amount. This is why it is important to speak with a healthcare professional before starting any supplement. So, how are supplements regulated? In accordance with the guidelines suggested by the Food and Drug Administration, every supplement bottle must be marked as either being a dietary supplement or be marked under the main component of the supplement, such as calcium supplement or herbal supplement. In spite of this fact, the law does not mandate that supplement manufacturers follow the recommendations set forth by the FDA. Nor does it require supplement makers to make truthful or accurate claims recommended by the FDA. So, are supplements safe to take? Yes and no. The use of multivitamins, a commonly recognized dietary supplement taken by the vast majority of people, has not been associated with any adverse side effects. As well as taking a biotin supplement, a dietary supplement that many women use to improve the appearance of hair, skin, and nails. There is no risk associated with it unless, of course, excessive amounts are taken. Almost all supplements are perfectly safe to take. However, there are a few supplements that may, in fact, be unsafe under certain circumstances, such as when they are taken along with other medications or medical conditions. Before making a decision on which supplements you need, it is recommended you speak with a medical professional for guidance. History and background. In the early 1940s, the first dietary supplements began to appear on the market. Dietary supplements became known as these, quote, magical pills that could help improve your health and well-being. The first scientist was William Fletcher in 1905. He concluded that the absence of essential vitamins in food could lead to the development of diseases as a result of the lack of essential elements in food. He used polished and unpolished rice in his experiment to test the presence of the disease beriberi in rice. During his experiment with unpolished rice, he discovered that unpolished rice had the ability to prevent the onset of beriberi, whereas polished rice had no effect. In that study, it concluded that during the process of polishing the rice, there were special elements taken out of the rice husks, elements which we know to be vitamins. Sir Frederick Gowland Hopkins, a British biochemist, discovered in 1906 that food was comprised of various elements such as proteins, carbohydrates, fats, and minerals that each played a very important role in human growth. In 1912, Kashmir Funk described the special nutritional properties of food as vitamins, derived from the Greek words vita, meaning life, and amines from the components found in the thiamine he isolated from rice husks. Vitamin was replaced with vitamin. As a result of their findings, both Hopkins and Funk established a concept of deficiency disease wherein a lack of vitamins would lead to a vitamin deficiency and the onset of disease. FDA and DSHA. Recent decades have seen a significant rise in the popularity of dietary supplements. It wasn't until the United States Congress passed the Dietary Supplement and Health Education Act, DSHA, of 1994 that the production of dietary supplements skyrocketed. At the time DSHA was enacted, an estimated 600 U.S. dietary supplement manufacturers marketed about 4,000 products. The Food and Drug Administration, FDA, estimates that more than 29,000 different dietary supplements are now available to consumers, and an average of 1,000 new products are introduced annually. It is becoming increasingly popular for Americans to supplement their diet with vitamins and minerals. Increasingly, Americans are finding it more and more desirable to consume alternative, nutrition-rich foods to conventional foods. The Food and Drug Administration categorizes dietary supplements under the food category rather than the drug category. Dietary and herbal supplements may contain ingredients that present strong biological effects that, if taken in conjunction with certain medications or medical conditions, could lead to adverse effects. On a more concerning note, supplemental products may contain hidden drugs that are inaccurately labeled as dietary supplements. For this reason, it is highly recommended that you consult with a medical professional before starting on any dietary or herbal supplements. So what dietary supplements should you be careful of? Supplements such as weight loss pills that claim to help you lose weight, male enhancement medications, and other products that are sold on the internet and in stores. This is not a new development. Over the past decade, the U.S. Food and Drug Administration has frequently warned consumers that certain products sold over the counter, including those sold over the, quote, virtual counter, contain hidden active ingredients that could be harmful. Supplements that make claims such as to assist in weight loss, bodybuilding, pain relief, sleep aids, and sexual enhancement may be of great concern due to the ingredients they contain. Take bodybuilding supplements, for example. Many contain steroids or steroid-like substances that can pose serious health risks and even be life-threatening due to damage done to the liver. Online marketplaces and retailers are not proactive enough in the prevention of third-party sellers selling potentially life-threatening products to consumers. Recently, the FDA tested 50 weight loss and male enhancement dietary supplements on eBay and Amazon and discovered that most of them contained active pharmaceutical drug ingredients that weren't listed on the bottle. A handful of the active ingredients found were sildenafil, vardenafil, tadalafil, and fluoxetine, to name a few. Almost all of these ingredients are found in FDA-approved prescription drugs such as Viagra, to name a couple. For the same reason that medications containing active pharmaceutical ingredients require a prescription, active pharmaceutical drug ingredients should be taken under the supervision and medical care of a physician. So how can you know which products to avoid? The FDA recommends you to avoid purchasing any weight loss, bodybuilding, pain relief, sleep aids, and sexual enhancement pills altogether. If you need to purchase it, it is strongly advised that you first check out the FDA's Tainted Products database for the green light before going ahead. So what steps can you take? If you are thinking about starting on one of the products mentioned, first consult with a healthcare professional. Any product that does not require a prescription or claims to treat, cure, or prevent should not be taken. Using over-the-counter products that claim to treat, cure, or prevent should not be the same as taking a prescription. If a product makes such claims, then likely there are hidden active ingredients that shouldn't be there. Fertility supplements are another product to be mindful of. A little over 10% of women from ages 15 to 44 struggle with infertility. Manufacturers aim to target women who are vulnerable and willing to do whatever it takes to become pregnant. Manufacturers will often label their products with not proven claims to treat, cure, or prevent infertility. Quote, under the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, claims to prevent, treat, or cure such conditions establish that a product is a new drug and must be approved by the FDA before it can be safely marketed, end quote. Infertility supplements that claim to treat the condition are not FDA approved. Therefore, they could actually be preventing women from receiving FDA approved fertility treatments. Safe supplements can pose a threat as well. Even for, quote, safer supplements, there are often trace materials of heavy metals and other ingredients that may have contaminated them. Additionally, supplements can be harmful if consumed in excess. The intake of too much vitamin A can cause liver failure or even death, as well as birth defects for pregnant women who take too much of it. An excess of vitamin D, on the other hand, can cause weight loss, bone pain, vomiting, diarrhea, and muscle cramps. It has also been found that too much vitamin E may increase the chance of bleeding. A person with kidney or liver disease should take caution when consuming vitamin K. Iron is a nutrient that can cause harm if too much of it is consumed. Taking too large a dose of any supplement is easily done. For example, quote, a woman worried about her bones might take a calcium supplement, a multivitamin that contains calcium, and on top of that, she might eat calcium-fortified cereal with milk. In doing so, she will quickly approach the recommended daily calcium limit of 2,000 milligrams, end quote. In summary, nutritional supplements can be very helpful to individuals who need them, but individuals should ensure that the supplements are taken with caution. Dietary supplements are not strictly regulated in terms of a desired amount. However, as long as you consult a healthcare professional before taking them, they are generally safe. However, the FDA has the right to investigate a supplement if it poses a risk, which should provide a shared level of comfort. If you are on a special diet and need to compensate for it with a supplement, then supplements may be of benefit to you. But for most others, it is unlikely that you will need to take any supplements. I recommend that before you begin the process of taking a supplement, you speak with a medical professional first. Thank you.
All right, great presentation, Lauren. We will now open your 5-minute Q&A session. So if anyone has any questions, please put it in the chat or unmute. Lauren has her hand up.
I was going to ask, so first of all, I thought that was really interesting. Lots of really good and interesting facts that I don't think many of us knew about supplements. I'm wondering, why do you think the FDA has done all these studies like on whether supplements have like negative ingredient, poor ingredients or other issues, but there's still so little regulation. And I guess, are there any consequences for these, supplement companies if the FDA does find problems?
I think that the reason there's so little regulation over supplements is because they're not meant to be like a medication or like a cure for anything, but rather they're meant to help. Why they're classified under food rather than under a drug is because they're not meant to work in the same way that a medication would, where the ingredients would match up, and they're meant to just contain, I think they assume they contain safer ingredients, vitamins, minerals that, are natural and not these, drugs that are made in, whether they be made in a lab or just the same way that medications are. And I know that the reason they lack so much regulation is because since they're tried as a food, anyone can manufacture a supplement or food and have it put out, and then not until something does happen, then can they take it down, but they wait first, something has to happen first, which I think if they did have stricter regulations, then we could avoid, deaths happening in the first place or hospitalizations. And yeah, I think that they should test the drugs or the supplements as a drug rather than as a food.
Any other questions?
I have a question for Lauren. Great job. And I want to thank your mentor also for being here. Very grateful for both of you. Do you think one of the biggest problems right now with supplements is just confusion? I'm wondering, as I look at different products, I just feel like there's so many different products constantly coming onto the market, and the turnover of what they promise and what they can offer is just always, it's just amazing. They're always, are they just ahead of the legislation? Are they ahead of the public? Are they just seeming to dabble in areas that just make them seem more convincing than I think the science allows for? Are they just operating faster?
Well, I do think that the reason supplements are so popular is because, well, of course, if you can buy weight loss pills over the counter without a prescription, then, someone, it avoids someone having to, see a physician and get prescribed for a weight loss pill or sleep aid. And I think because it's so readily available and anyone can just go to the store and purchase it. And I think that supplement companies, they do try to, make their products stand out from the rest. And I think that along with that, they make these claims, but I think they put things in these supplements that shouldn't be in there, that obviously sometimes they work because, there's these prescription drug ingredients that are in the real medications that are supposed to work, but medications, they can interact, and you should always be under supervision before you take something like that. And because they're prescription drug ingredients and they require a prescription for a reason. And so I think some supplements do work, but I think that they're probably not doctors, the ones that are making these supplements, and then they can just throw ingredients in there, and that's how hospitalizations are happening and people are getting sick because they're not professionals themselves, and then they just self-diagnose as to think what they need to take.
Great job, Lauren. Gave me a lot to think about. Thank you.
And that is the end of our 5-minute Q&A. Great job, Lauren. And we have our next presentation by a few Puente students. So Pineda, Merilyn Navarro Sanchez, Clarissa Marisel Trevino, and Evelyn Sanchez and Javier Morales. So the presentation is called Puente Students, Cultural Wealth and its Effects in Their Pursuit of Higher Education. Puente students examine Charayoso's forms of cultural wealth that can contribute to Latinx success in higher education? Give me 1 second, I just lost the presentation. Okay, here we go.
Hello, it is an honor to be presenting at the OMNI. We are part of the Puente program and English 100 honors. We will be presenting cultural wealth. Our presenters include myself, Clarissa Trevino,
Evelyn Sanchez Garzon,
Javier Morales,
Pineda,
and Merilyn Navarro Sanchez.
Hello, I'm Dr. Violeta Sanchez, and I am faculty in the Letters Department, and I'm also a co-coordinator of the Puente program and English instructor. And so I'm here to support our wonderful Puentistas as they present their collective works in progress for their research assignment that they're working on in my class, in my English 100 class. And so just so to give you a little bit of context, they've asked me to share a little bit of the prompt. In this research assignment, they're using scholar Tara J. Yoso, her work on cultural capital, which is called Whose Culture Has Capital, a critical race theory discussion of community cultural wealth. They're using that as their framework, and they're going to research a form of cultural capital, or perhaps a couple, that they possess or that they want to possess or develop, and explain how that form of cultural capital or those forms of cultural capital can contribute positively to their pursuit of higher education. And so I'm going to give way for the Puentistas to present their work.
To start off, we will be answering the question, what is cultural wealth? Cultural wealth is the cultural assets accumulated and possessed by minority populations, acquired by the cultural experiences and social interactions that relates to their background. Cultural wealth is entailed by linguistic, social, existent, familial, aspirational, and navigational capital.
To tap into the first cultural wealth that we presented, I'll be guiding you through linguistic capital. So linguistic capital, as Yoso's definition, is inclusive to intellectual and social skills attained through communication experiences in more than one language and or style. My personal definition refers to social abilities drawn for communication background that develop from the communal or familial root, whether it be from a need to translate or inherited traditions related to storytelling. Linguistic capital develops as a sense of maturity and responsibility from interacting with society and our community. So the thesis statement that was developed through the research is that linguistic capital, through its extension, bilingualism, and the communication that the experiences that it entails, develops the social maturity needed to succeed in higher education due to the sense of purpose and commitment towards social justice that me and others possess. So linguistic capital is the language it is learned through a cultural setting. Bilingualism gives the perspective of two cultural settings and ideologies. So in my background would be Spanish and English. It is acquired to ideologies throughout the language. So the ideologies that Spanish language possess, and such that Mexico through Spanish possess, and the ideologies that English throughout America possesses. So in the Latino culture, machismo is a part of language experiences, the communication that has an ideology value that values women and makes women question. So for instance, what I've heard and what I've experienced myself is the labels that define women into señorita and doña. So it is basing their values in our sexuality or what we are as in a certain way an object. So this distorting of their creative and intellectual identity serves as a pathway to make us female college students to attain higher education and to break through those injustices that us themselves, women, are affected by. So bilingualism as the extension of communication experiences, bilingualism promotes the feelings of empathy, that understanding the more deeply towards both cultures, Spanish and English, it gives us the experience that surrounds them from. So bilingualism promotes a more critical insight about our social issues, and the ones that we experience in both English and Spanish would lead to the sense of social responsibility. Bilingualism connects with a broader community of people from different cultures and linguistic backgrounds. It makes us more aware of the injustices in life through comparison with other cultures, and gives us a sense of purpose throughout this resilience. So for myself, it is through this social injustices that I'm pursuing a STEM career, cognitive science, to break that oppression that we are not represented in it.
I'll be presenting social capital. So first, I'll be discussing what is social capital. According to Yoso, social capital can be understood as networks of people and community resources. In more simplistic terms, it's one's way to build connections with peers and higher ups to gain support through and for a system, the system being today college. After going over the definition of what social capital is, I'll be answering the question of how will it lead to my success? By obtaining the skill of social capital, it will allow me as a college student to receive guidance and support throughout my college career that will allow myself to acquire motivation, knowledge, connections, which are essential for me as a college student, for their success in higher education. Although socializing and forming groups with peers is a key aspect of social capital, students who want to succeed in college must pay attention to whom they are surrounding themselves with, because it can influence who they are and who they could possibly become. As the year progressed, she formed new social groups and avoided her roommate, who focused more on partying and less on studying. As the quote above demonstrates, choosing the wrong circle can hinder your chances for success because it can distract you from accomplishing your goals. When collaborating with ambitious individuals, one may feel a new sense of motivation through that group environment, which allows them to stay on track with their goals. Some ways I am setting up this environment is by partaking in academic organizations or groups such as Puente, the Student Ambassadors, and this honors group.
Hello, my name is Merilyn, and I will be presenting on resistant capital. So my thesis statement is resistant capitals makes us challenge our views and consider what can be done differently to better our chances as college students. So Yoso's definition refers to knowledges and skills referred through oppositional behavior that challenges inequality. My definition is what you have learned from being put into difficult situations because of your identity or cultural background. So I will be talking about the Chicano movement, also known as El Movimiento. The Chicano movement is a social and political movement that was started to bring awareness to the mistreatment of Mexicans in the US. An example of the mistreatment that occurred before the start of the Chicano movement would be the 1947 Mendez versus Westminster case. In 1944, Sylvia Mendez's family tried enrolling her and her brother to Westminster Elementary, but were told to enroll in a Mexican-American school because of their darker skin and Hispanic last name. The schools themselves didn't teach the students proper education, but instead how to be maids and knit. The Equal Protection Clause was called upon and the court ruled in favor of the Mendez family. Now, during the Chicano movement, which started in the 1960s, the most notable example would be the National Farm Workers Association, later known as the United Farm Workers, which was founded by Cesar Chavez and co-founded by Dolores Huerta. The main goal was for farm workers to get better pay and safer working conditions. During this time, Huerta coined the saying, "Si se puede." One of the key legacies of the Chicano movement was that it brought the country's attention to the presence of the Mexican-American population. Now this ties into the resistant capital because the main goal of the capital is to take action for inequality that has occurred within communities, which is what the Chicano movement is about.
Hi, I'm Javier, and I'll be talking about familial capital. Yoso's definition of familial capital is familial capital refers to those cultural knowledges nurtured among familia, kin, that carry a sense of community, history, memory, and cultural intuition. My definition would be the cultural knowledge one gets from their family and uses it to help them succeed either in school, college, everyday life, or to help out in their community. So the thesis statement for familial capital that I wrote was, familial capital is a part of a person's being and it is used to help them in life and in school. In my research, I found this quote, and it says, Ramos studied the institutional representation of families of color in the collegiate experiences of students and found that families are often represented in one of three ways: the ever-absent family, as both absent and lacking college knowledge; the malleable family, as involved within the guidelines set by an institution; and the cornerstone family, which is inclusive of diverse ways in which families are engaged in a student's collegiate experience. Families have a major impact on students' work ethic and mentality when it comes to education. First-generation Latinx students tend to lack the information they need in order to have a less complicated experience while they are in college. Their families won't have any personal experience of being in college, nor what it will feel like. The knowledge Latinx students may receive from their family is how to survive in society and not how to work the school system. However, what they learn from their family can help them in succeeding in college and give them a unique perspective of what they can learn in classes and in school.
Hi, my name is Clarissa Trevino, and I will be presenting Aspirational Capital. He also defines aspirational capital as the ability to maintain hopes and dreams for the future, even in the face of real and perceived barriers. My definition of aspirational capital is having the determination and resilience to continue working towards your goal even when you fail. Next slide, please. Based on the definitions of aspirational capital, students need to develop and build on their determination and resilience in the face of difficulty in order to be successful in achieving their goals. Next slide, please. I've done research on two sources, one of them being the community culture, wealth, and assets-based approach to persistence of engineering students of color. One Latina college student explains that it might be tough for 4 years, but in the long run, I'll be a lot better off. This shows aspirational capital because this college student has and is using her determination to persevere in the difficult college classes for a better future. The next source I have is from the Pedagogues of Survival for Mexican American students have learned to view struggle as necessary to achieve success in life. A quote I pulled from here is Mexican American students have learned to view struggle as necessary to achieve success in life. This shows aspirational capital because these Mexican American college students have already built the determination and resilience to achieve their success. And these students have learned early on that the reward is greater than the barrier in front of them. Therefore, they continue to face these struggles even when they fail. And by not giving up, they build their resilience to future barriers and prove their determination to succeed. An example that I have in my personal life is my journey through my math courses. So in class, when I do not understand a concept, I make sure that I ask questions and attend tutoring. My determination to become an engineer outweighs my nervousness to attend class. And this shows resilience because I have the courage and willingness to go back to class and participate even when I'm too nervous to. Next slide, please.
So Navigational Capital will be entailed by us Puentistas and will be wrapped in our experiences as we collectively experience it not only through Puente, but through ourselves.
So what is navigational capital? He also defines it as maneuvering through social institutions. The ability to move on institutions that is not meant for people of color. It may be stated that resilience as a form of resistance leads to the attainment of navigational capital. For instance, college. We have to adapt to a new environment and work our way through an institution that wasn't meant for people of color. For many, it's a shocker that we have made it this far in our education. We will continue with our intelligence and break the status quo along the way.
After learning the definition of navigational capital, I'm going to be discussing the thesis statement. Navigational capital uplifts college students through the cultural heritage that they have possessed previously. This background leads to resilience and supports their success through achieving higher education.
So, as mentioned beforehand, there's the resilience. In a sense, it is a paradox on why gone through difficult situations, Mexican Americans yet prevail. So as mentioned by Rendon, it is people like Mexican American Community College students fare extremely difficult situations and yet prevail. So there is a space towards how resilience is made. It is through the personal factors and environmental factors that are set through our cultural background. So social competence, good problem solving skills, a strong sense of autonomy, and a sense of purpose that are based on our background is what makes the first base for resilience. And also there's environmental factors, as mentioned beforehand, in familial capital, in school and communities that help us transcend obstacles. So that it would be for us being Mexican American, Latino, Chicano descent, it would be our familia, our communities, and how they are built into making us being resilient to be navigating this social institutions that are not meant for ourselves, yet we do succeed. Next slide, please.
So we read the book Daydream Called Home by Irene Grande, and we noticed that throughout the book, throughout the memoir, there were a lot of capitals that we saw. And so, and Irene Grande, through Daydream Called Home, recalls the story of a starting college student, of a graduate woman, of a teacher, and later of a mother and writer who wavers through her life in attaining her place to call home through many systematic and personal difficulties. Grande carries through her life the weight of being a first-generation college student, an immigrant, and also the agonies that drag her from her childhood and familial trauma. Next slide, please.
One of the capitals that was detected in A Dream Called Home, it is Linguistic Capital. Reina Grande is part of the Latino community, has the background in both Spanish and English. So in herself, when coming to the United States, she finds a collision of two identities, a new language that she did not know and finally knew in college, Spanglish. Assessed and determined by her mentor, Marta, she determines that to be ashamed of how you speak is to be ashamed of where you're from. So Spanglish provides a wider perspective in culture. This leads not only to the connection of various parts of the community, but also to a greater understanding to their ideologies. This understanding causes a social maturity that Joseph discusses in a sense of responsibility that one has towards giving back. In the sense of Reina Grande, it is her responsibility to give the voices to those who are like herself, who experience being the first generation immigrants that did not have the ability to help, and that represents us. So we finally understand how linguistic capital applies to ourselves. We understand that we have those two experiences and that they connect to each other and build upon what we are. We are Spanglish, we're Latinos, and we struggle, but we can succeed through acknowledging that we are not alone. Next slide, please.
In A Dream Called Home, I noticed that there are lots of patterns of aspirational capital. It focuses a lot on determination and resilience, which in my opinion, A Dream Called Home makes the perfect example of aspirational capital. Before I head into this quote, I would like to give you some background information. Reina Grande's father had dreamt of his children pursuing a higher education after immigrating to the US. Although her older siblings did pursue a higher education, unfortunately, they were not able to complete it. So when Reina Grande transferred to UC Santa Cruz, her father gave up on his dream, and in doing so, gave up on her. Grande says, though I vowed not to do the same, he no longer believed in the dream and had given up on me before I even got my chance. I was determined to prove him wrong, to prove to him that he had been wrong about me. This shows aspirational capital because she is determined to pursue a higher education and prove her father wrong. This also shows resilience because when faced with someone telling her not to pursue her dream, she goes and pursues it anyways. And based on A Dream Called Home, I believe Reina Grande defines aspirational capital as believing in your dream even when no one else believes in them.
After reading A Dream Called Home, I was able to connect social capital to Reina Grande's story. In the memoir, Reina Grande elaborated on several mentors she was able to obtain, one of which was her community college English professor, Diana. Although no longer being her student, Reina Grande still was able to keep contact with her. The context that I'm gonna give y'all before I present the quote is that Reina Grande is stuck in a rut as to what she wants to do with her career and how she can expand it. And then Diana comes in and saves her by giving her information. Following Diana's advice, I looked up into accelerated teacher credentialing programs. After forming this connection with her professor, Grande's academic success only continues to grow due to Diana's mentorship. Just like Grande's, students should form connections with their professors so they can build on this academic support, guidance, and inherit their knowledge. These forms of networking are things that I'm currently working on by connecting with professors and by being an active participant in their class.
After reading A Dream Called Home, I saw that there was a lot of familial capital in the memoir. And so I saw that Grande talks a lot about how when her father brought her and her siblings to the US, he would always tell them that their only job was getting a good education. Higher education is the only way to succeed in this country. My father had drilled that into us the minute we had arrived in Los Angeles after our third attempt at crossing the border. One of the things Grande learned from her father was how important education was and still is to this day. It was a part of those familial values that as a capital made her pursue a higher education.
One way that us as students were able to obtain more capital was through our service learning activities. One in particular for 3 of the people presenting in this group was through the Dia de los Muertos activities. Next slide, please. I was able to obtain social capital through the baking of the pan de muerto with my profe. As you can see by the photos that were previously presented, my bread didn't come out so good. It was flat and it didn't have that much growth. But unlike the bread, our relationship did grow. Through this connection, I was able to gain an understanding that Dr. Sanchez will support me throughout my academic journey. Not only that, I was able to gain a new mentor, whether it be baking or academic.
One way that I have grown in my aspirational capital was attending a flower making workshop for Dia de los Muertos. In this workshop, we were tasked to make paper marigolds for the library altar. I was determined to help my community, so when I tore my first few flowers or missteps in making the flowers, I felt discouraged. But despite feeling discouraged, I stayed with the workshop and continued to practice. And through many tries, I was able to make the beautiful flowers and donate them to my community. This shows aspirational capital because despite my initial struggles, I had the resilience to keep trying, and my outcome outweighed the barrier faced in front of me.
So for familial capital for me, I also attended the flower making workshop for Dia de los Muertos, and I also helped with building the altares for Dia de los Muertos at the Maricosta Library. And it's a part of familial culture because even though in my family we don't celebrate Dia de los Muertos, it became a new tradition for us to help represent and to remember our loved ones who have passed on and to carry their memories. And it also is navigational because we can help our community create the resilience to maneuver in the social institutions that are not in our favors. Next slide, please.
So as for the final part of the service learning, the two lasting capitals will be in the social justice committee. Starting with linguistic capital, as member of the Chicanx Latinx La Cultura series, it has helped me being bilingual for participating in events in Spanish speakers. But not only that, but I'm provided with the previous insight from my culture that helped me to determine what I should make events about and deconstruct that ideologies. So in a sense, creating events as Ser Mujer Indígena en la Contemporaneidad, it makes us aware previously. We know what we want to present and what we want to make people more aware of, which leads me not only to become a member, but to advocate and try to become the leader that I want from my community.
So I attended the Being an Indigenous Woman in Contemporary Times presentation. And from the presentation, I gained a stronger understanding of Indigenous people being looked at differently because of the way they express their culture and identity. Cultural knowledge ties into resistance capital because lessons and traditions being taught by the very own compact, oppressive structures.
So these are the photos from me and Merilyn being presented in the Ser Mujer Indígena en la Contemporaneidad and the proof for the attendance. So it is part of our resistance and part of our linguistic in attending. So.
To end off, we will be connecting Puente and the cultural capitals. As an extension of resistant capital, we have the creation of programs like Puente, whose sole purpose is to help Latinx students to navigate through college to successfully transfer. It is community-based because it is run by Puente professors and Puente students. It expands on social capital by exposing Puente students to professionals who then present who they are, what they do, and why they're important. They also give time for the Puentistas to ask questions and to ask for possible mentorship. It embraces linguistic heritage by incorporating English and Spanish into the lessons, and it makes students aspire for more by bringing in past Puentistas who have successfully transferred. In our Puente counseling class, we discuss resistance to dominant culture. In this class, we have our Raza icon, who we have to do research on local Mexican Americans and present them to the class and why they're important to us. And it also embraces familial capital by providing safe spaces to practice and apply our culture, to apply our cultural knowledge. Next slide, please. Here we have our references. So if you want to find out more, we have them here. Thank you for your time, and we hope you learned something from our presentation. Thank you.
If we can give the Puente students who presented a round of applause. And let me make you all a spotlight before we begin our 5-minute Q&A. Okay, I think that's it. Okay, we have a 10-minute Q&A since there's more people now. But if you have any questions, please feel free to unmute or type it in the chat. Okay, Dr. Violeta.
Hi, thank you.
So I wanted to be first because I just wanted to congratulate you all on your presentation on cultural wealth. You know, that work of Yoso is continuing on with you all. And so I just wanted to first say that I'm really, really proud of you, and that I really appreciate how much work you've put in, not just in the presentation, but I think the part that's been most inspiring to me as your advisor, as your mentor, is seeing the work that you've done together. Seeing how you've worked as a group in such a challenging context, which is the pandemic. I did want to ask a question, and my question to you all is, obviously, you know, there's a research component to this, and you've been doing a lot of reading and a lot of reflecting. And I guess I want to ask a personal question, which is, in that process, in that research process, what is one thing that you have learned about yourselves and about the wealth that you already possess? And perhaps about like the ways that you still, the other wealths that maybe you want to tap into that perhaps you didn't even know you had. And so for any of you, you know, can you share something that you've discovered about yourselves through this process? Thank you.
Something that I kind of discovered through doing the research was there's not that much research on us. Like, it's not really focused on Latinos. And like when I was researching on cultural wealth and all those things, I kept getting like just definitions, and it just demonstrated like this lack of research that kind of focused on our community. A way like that I want to expand my cultural wealth is through navigational. I just want to continue that by kind of navigating through this system with the help and guidance of peers and with MiraCosta faculty, and hopefully in the future, other college faculty members. And I want to be a professor in the future, so hopefully students as well.
If I can go ahead and answer following to Professora Sanchez, I would like to say that linguistic capital is not very touched on as well. It was hard to find. It was hard to understand what it entailed as well, because it is not discussed very widely. I wanted to understand, but it was much more on how did people express themselves and not what it has to be like the heritage of Spanish. So I did understand, I did learn that Spanish is not only a language, it is experiences, it is the emotions, it is the dichos that you are said, that you are touched, that you understand from those. So like the example that I gave was señorita and señora. It's machismo in the language, but that you enforce within yourself and you understand that you have to go beyond that. You have to go as a woman. You are not only a señorita, you're a scholar, you're a Puente student, you are thriving, and you are part of the pipeline of making the system better. And it was part of also tied to navigational. I didn't understand I had that until I came to Puente. It gave me insight into what I can do, and that in order to navigate is not only our resistance or our resilience, but there is something beyond that helps us create that resilience within ourselves. It is like exterior that combines with our personal factors that let us thrive in this kind of situation. So that is something that I learned, actually. Two things I learned so much, and thank you for the question, and thank you for all the people that are supporting us. Thank you.
One thing I would like to give my input on is that I think that with aspirational capital that students for sure need to give ourselves more credit when it comes to facing barriers, because a lot of times these obstacles do just come at us like one after the other, and we don't take time to acknowledge what we've learned and what we've gained. So I think it's important for us to take a break and take a step back and realize what we've gained from that and how we can further apply it to our future obstacles. And one way that I have grown personally is through Fertility Capital. In high school, I wasn't very interested in group projects or working with other people, but Puente has really exposed me to this, to working with others and actually communicating with others. And this honors group was a great experience for me to actually put myself out there and practice this culture. So I would like to thank Puente for that. But yes, I definitely feel like for aspirational capital, we should all, identify what we have learned, what we have gained, and give ourselves credit. Thank you.
Okay. No, I was gonna say, if you can answer the question. Merilyn.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So personally, at first, I really did not know what resistant capital was. I was somewhat lost, and I did have a meeting with Profe Sanchez regarding the topic. And I did know that like being part of Puente, it did in a way show off like the culture and how I am practicing that cultural wealth. But what I didn't know is that I'm also part of Micha. I'm at least trying to like help some other classmates to like start it up. And at first I didn't connect the dots, but like after the conversation, I really did see that like, wow, I am doing a lot that connects me to the cultural wealth that I presented.
I think something that I learned was that there's hardly any information on Arasa people, either students or activists. And I learned that with this presentation and also another presentation that I'm going to be doing about Arasa Icon. And there was hardly anything on them. You know, there's about maybe 1 or 2 articles and that's it. And, you know, it really makes you think and wonder, like, why isn't there more out there? You know, we hear about Cesar Chavez, we hear about many others, but when you look them up, you hardly find anything. You just find the 1 or 2 accomplishments that are well known. And I'm also thankful for Puente because they helped me be more appreciative of my culture, my Mexican culture, my Latino culture, and that I would have never participated if I didn't join Puente.
Right, and we do have another question, Hugo.
Yes, thank you, Puentistas, for that awesome presentation. I love the book as well, Dream Called Home. I think, me also being Hispanic, Latino, Chicano, Chicano, one variation of the definition is, being stuck or being caught between 2 cultures, Mexican and United States citizenship. And, at least personally, I see a sense of struggle between those 2, sometimes very different elements. You all, of course, speak about that, the syncretism between the 2 cultures, which is beautiful, creating the Chicano identity. I'm a bit curious, like, do you ever feel that at times there's a sacrifice, or does that syncretism inherently incorporate a kind of sacrifice from identity, from Mexican culture? And how do we preserve, or how do we respect it? How do we address it? I know that's another small detail in the novel as well.
So if I can go ahead, I would like to answer that. There's definitely a sacrifice when you come to, well, especially because I came from Mexico, there is certainly a sacrifice, and there is certainly this collision between the 2 identities. Like, personally, mine is ser Mexicana. So like, there's this collision of being Mexican and being American, and you have this acculturation. This, either you assimilate or you kind of fell apart within the American culture, and you want to be Mexican and be a refugee in your feelings. But sometimes considering the both and just understanding that you are here, still you within your soul, you have the Mexico in there. You have it in there. You have the knowledge. You have the will to go to be yourself in the community in places that don't want you to be yourself. That is part of being Mexico. That is part of the resistance. I feel like that resistance is being part of like your identity. I felt that I had like a struggle within mine too as well, but having the 2 understandings, it made me much more, it made me part of what I was, or I mean, what I am, because I was only Mexicana before, but then I am Chicana. I understand that it is me, that I am here, but I'm still Mexico. I'm still what I carry. Mexico is not only a place, but it is within ourselves and our heritage. Like everything that we learn, it is that. And yeah, there is a sacrifice that you feel like you do not belong, or you're disconnected, but it is part of what you are right now. So I think that kind of like embracing the sacrifice, it will makes us stronger and makes me, or personally makes me connected into my identity. Thank you.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. So one thing I've always struggled with since I was a kid, my parents are from Mexico and I was born in the US. And my family from Mexico always says like, you're not Mexican because you weren't born in Mexico. But I grew up with these customs and it just tears like your identity apart. You're kind of left with confusion because someone's telling you that you're not Mexican, and then you come to the US and you see that you don't like kind of benefit from these privileges or from the systems in place in the US for people who are more like, I guess, like white presenting, and you feel like you just don't belong anywhere. But something that I was able to gain through Puente was kind of like that feeling of acceptance, because most of us in this program feel the same way, that we kind of like don't belong like anywhere. And through speaking with other Puentistas, I was kind of able to find my own identity, and that identity is like being Chicana. It just like you're both, you know. No one can take that identity away from you, because it's your identity, and it's so important to value that. And through this program, I've been able to express these feelings and these emotions with other peers and with professors, and it just makes me solidify my identity and kind of end that confusion that I faced growing up.
So for me, I was born in the US, and my mom and my dad came here around 12, 13 years old. And, you know, I never grew up speaking Spanish. I never grew up with any Latino culture, you know, any Hispanic cultures. I've never celebrated Dia de los Muertos until this year. And so I always used this term of, I'm a coconut. I'm brown on the outside, but I'm white on the inside, because I felt like I couldn't identify as Mexican or Nicaraguan or any other, you know, Hispanic culture. But I couldn't identify as American because of my skin, or because what society has forced me as to identify as. But, you know, looking at it now, you know, yes, for sure, there's sacrifice. You know, my grandmother brought her kids here to the US so that they can achieve the dream. You know, she worked 24 hours, you know, she had 2 jobs just for my mom to be able to go to school. You know, I wasn't raised by my mom. She's getting her PhD, so she sacrificed her time to hang out with me, so that I had a better chance of getting a higher education, so that she could lighten up the path of showing, like, you know, if I can do it, you can do it, you know. And so so the sacrifice, it can be worth it. And I appreciate for what she has done for me. So, you know, I wish I can do that for either other fellow Puentistas, for other students, and for my own kids in the future.
Well, I was born in the US, and I've always lived in a community where there weren't a lot of people like me, like or just anybody from like a person of color. There really wasn't a lot of diversity within it, and I really wasn't exposed to a lot of my culture except through my mom. But even then, she also had 2 jobs, and I mean, we rarely spent time together. And during that time, I also did move to Mexico. And I really didn't feel comfortable being there because I am Mexican. I do identify as that, but at the end of the day, I wasn't really exposed that much to the culture itself for me to like fully identify as being Mexican. And with that, I really didn't feel comfortable in like the environment or like the people I was with. And I was always being told that like, oh, you're a gringa, so that means that you're not entirely Mexican. Oh, so you're just faking what the knowledge that you have gained. And there were times where I did feel that way, but once I did graduate from high school and once I did go to Miracosta, there were a lot more people that were like me that had the same identity, who had the same struggles, which is something that I personally never experienced from like my past education. So Puente and the school in general, it really just has helped me like solidify my culture and has made me feel more comfortable with just expressing who I am without having the feeling of being judged.
To kind of go off of what Evelyn had mentioned, I think a big part of a dream called home was the pattern of trying to fit in, which is what Hugo is also trying to connect with, you know, being born in Mexico and immigrating to the US. I personally, I'm born in the US. My parents are both Mexican and I identify as Mexican. However, it's a pattern in my life where people question if I really am Mexican because my skin color is more white than brown. So people really question like, are you really Mexican? I'm like, yes, I'm telling you I am Mexican. It doesn't really matter the color of my skin. I practice the culture. It's where my parents are from and I value the culture. So it can be very upsetting when, especially friends from middle school and high school, I was still learning about myself, and for people to tell me and invalidate me saying that I'm part of the Mexican culture and then telling me that I'm not, it made me very insecure. So there was a point where I started questioning my identity, but now that I'm in college and I have my Puente group, I am with people who also identify as Mexican, who might not look of Mexican descent, but I've learned that I don't have to settle, I just need to find my group, which a big part of that was navigating through the system, you know, navigating through different people, finding what people to stay away from and what people I can go towards, which for me is my honors group in Puente Familia. So yeah, Hugo, a big part of that is just finding your community and finding your inner circle. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for your insights.
All right, thank you, Puente group. We will now close this session. I do want to thank both the Puente group and Lauren for presenting this session. We will continue at 12:45 with our third session of the day, and we'll have 3 speakers. So feel free to stop by, and also the commentary form was in the chat if you did want to fill it out to earn enrichment hours. And yeah, thank you for coming. Hi everyone, thank you for coming. We will now begin our third session of the first day of the OMNI conference. So my name is Nyle Connolly, and I am a student ambassador and an honors navigator, and I will be moderating this session today. So there will be 3 presentations. 2 will be pre-recorded and another will be live. All will have 5-minute Q&A sessions, live Q&A sessions. And then we do have a commentary form that you can fill out when watching a presentation where you can receive honors enrichment hours, or you can just do it for fun. We do have a few community expectations. So know that this is a safe space meant for learning. Practice patience with yourself and others, treating everyone with respect, dignity, and kindness. Speak from personal experience and avoid speaking for others. Give everyone a chance to speak, never interrupt others, and if you disagree with someone, ask questions to understand their intent or offer alternate interpretations. So our first speaker will be Hannah Muskal. Hannah's presentation is called Metformin, Discovery, Synthesis, Mode of Action, and Clinical Applications of Metformin.
Hello, my name is Hannah Muskal, and I am an organic chemistry student here at MiraCosta. Today, I will be talking about the drug metformin, which is used to treat insulin-resistant diabetes. So I'll be talking a little bit about the history as well as the mode of synthesis, some potential mechanisms of action, clinical applications, and then some side effects. So metformin is the #8 most prescribed drug in the US. A lot of this has to do with type 2 diabetes, as metformin is thought to be the safest and most effective form of treatment. Type 2 diabetes is insulin resistant. So the form of treatment for hyperglycemia, which is increased blood glucose levels, is usually insulin, but for type 2 diabetes, another method is needed. So galagine, which is present in goat's rue or the French lilac plant, which is pictured here in the upper right-hand corner, was used in medieval Europe to treat this form of diabetes, but due to its toxicity, it's not really used anymore in its natural form. But in 1957, John Stern, the scientist right here, noticed that galagine is very similar to the drug metformin, and so he began using it to treat his patients. It was discovered in 1922 by Emil Werner and James Bell. And then in 1994, it gained its FDA approval when Gerard Daniel, Anita Goodman, and their team of researchers tested it and got this drug approved. So the chemical name is dimethylbiguanide, as there are 2 methyl groups, and it's a guanide type drug. Here's the structure below. So I'll talk a little bit about the synthesis. It's usually synthesized from cyanoguanidine and dimethylamine hydrochloride. So cyanoguanidine is the compound on the right, and then dimethylamine hydrochloride is on the left. So the first step is called the deprotonation. So that's essentially where the lone pair on the nitrogen takes the hydrogen from this other compound, pushing the electrons and getting rid of the positive charge. The second step is a nucleophilic attack. So the lone pair electrons on the nitrogen attack this triple bond right here, pushing the electrons onto the nitrogen. And then there's an intramolecular proton transfer where the negatively charged nitrogen takes the hydrogen, removing its positive charge and forming the final compounds. The exact mechanism of action is not entirely known, but blood glucose levels are lowered. This is thought to have to do with AMP kinase, which is an enzyme that's mediated by the gut microbiome. Another possible mechanism is increased GDF-15 secretion, which suppresses the appetite, resulting in less glucose consumption, and that could explain the lower circulating levels of glucose. Another possible mechanism is decreased gluconeogenesis, which is the synthesis of new glucose molecules. And this is also thought to be mediated by the gut microbiome and upregulation of the enzyme AMPK. So the gut microbiome is a really hot topic in medicine right now. Microbial dysbiosis is the state in which pathogenic species outnumber the beneficial species. So recent research has demonstrated that metformin consumption increases several beneficial bacteria species, including A. municiphala and B. bifidum. And then it inhibits the growth of pathogenic species, including the Intestinobacter family. The potential mechanisms have to do with AMP kinase activation as well as short chain fatty acid production. So a Colombian study found that metformin consumption resulted in increased levels of beneficial bacteria species, including B. bifidum, and decreased pathogenic species. And these beneficial species that were upregulated through the consumption of metformin have been linked to short chain fatty acid production, which could explain the decreased blood glucose levels. As previously mentioned, it's used to treat type 2 diabetes, but it's also used for polycystic ovarian syndrome, predominantly as a second-line defense for infertility. It can also be used for weight loss and increased lifespan in non-diabetic patients. So the longevity connection is receiving a lot of press in the media right now, as consumption of metformin could increase a person's lifespan. There's limited research given that longevity studies do take time, but some animal research with mice found that those who consumed metformin had longer lifespans. Part of the reason that metformin is so common for type 2 diabetes is that it's more effective than alternatives such as sulfonylureas. There was a 42% lower risk of diabetes-induced mortality compared to other alternatives. And it's also more economically effective, as metformin costs a little bit less to make than these other possible alternatives like DPP-4 inhibitors. So I'll talk a little bit about the weight loss connection. So there was a clinical trial of non-diabetic overweight and obese participants, and it found that those who consumed metformin lost more weight than those who consumed the placebo. And one of these possible explanations could be through activation of AMP kinase, which decreases gluconeogenesis, the production of new glucose in the liver. It could also be used to counterbalance weight gain from other medications. So that is another one of the reasons that metformin is so widely prescribed. And then the longevity connection. So the potential mechanisms are pretty similar, AMP kinase and also increased antioxidant production. So again, there's limited research with humans. One study found that it can extend the lives of cancer patients. This does have to do with the telomeres inside of a cell, and the exact mechanism is not known. More research is necessary and it will take time, but I predict that in the coming decades this will receive a lot more press, and potentially metformin will be used recreationally by people with money. People that can afford to purchase this drug will have access to longer lifespans. So it's pretty interesting. Side effects are limited, mostly just gastrointestinal upset. This was only found in 5 to 10% of patients, so it's considered to be relatively safe. So that's like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, and constipation. One of the major concerns that physicians have about prescribing this drug is lactic acidosis. This is very rare, high blood lactic acid levels, and it usually only occurs when the patient is taking too high of a dosage or if they have an underlying condition. So the contraindications are kidney impairment and liver impairment. These are two conditions that have been linked to lactic acidosis, but it is very rare. Vitamin B12 deficiency has also been reported, as metformin can decrease the absorption of this vitamin. In conclusion, metformin is considered to be the best form of treatment for insulin-resistant diabetes, and it can also be used for polycystic ovarian syndrome, weight loss, and increased lifespan. It was derived from the French lilac plant. Like many drugs, they are discovered in nature, and then due to the high toxicity, they're taken off the market and replaced with a more concentrated form. The mechanism is not entirely known, but it does have to do with AMP kinase activation as well as the gut microbiome. So a special thank you to Dr. Tross and Mira Costa for all of the support through this process. And these are my references. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. If anybody has any questions, I just wanted to open up to that. Thank you.
Antonia has a question.
I was just giving applause.
Oh, I thought that was the raise.
The clap hands.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question. You said in the few decades that probably more wealthy people will be buying the drug. Have you found any evidence of them buying it more recently now than before? Or what is a little more you can say about that?
Well, right now, the FDA approval is only if there's a doctor's prescription, so for type 2 diabetes or a PCOS. So right now it's not possible to purchase that drug if you don't have a diagnosis, but I predict that in the future that might be a possibility.
And then William also has a question.
Good afternoon, Hannah. I really appreciate the presentation. I'm a type 2 diabetic and I am on metformin, and I'm always curious about studies and and research when it comes to that. I've lost a lot of family members to diabetes. And my question to you is, with regards to some of the studies that have been done, what would you conclude is, what are they saying about the effectiveness when it comes to like how much does it lower your sugar and over what period of time are they tracking it in what, males, females, age groups, and things of that nature?
Well, at the moment, I don't have a study with those metrics, but from what I found, it was just decreased diabetes-induced mortality. That was the main finding compared to the other drugs, and also less side effects. But I don't know if it's actually more effective in lowering the blood glucose, but I will look into that.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, Professor.
Oh, I was gonna ask, Hannah, what's the next steps in this research? Where do you see yourself progressing to? Is this a one-time project, or you see yourself kind of developing this for future research projects?
As of right now, it was just for this showcase, but I am really interested in the longevity connection. So as those studies start to release more details, I might do a follow-up.
Yeah, this was fantastic. I thought it was, I've seen a lot of biological and chemistry-based presentations. This was a fantastic, I thought your presentation was amazing. Well done, great slides.
I appreciate that.
Why did you decide to research this topic?
So I was actually reading an article from the Silicon Valley about the applications of metformin in increasing lifespans, and I thought that that was really interesting. So I decided to look into it. Also, the mechanism is pretty similar to what we're learning about in my organic chemistry class, so it was a fun one.
And I have another question. Were there any challenges you ran into, whether it was finding research or finding studies on what was done with metformin? Okay, whatever.
Yes, actually there was. There was a longevity study with humans, and the data would have been really interesting for my project, but because it's with human lives, there wasn't any significant conclusion yet, because it was a recent study, 2019.
So Hannah, I was going to say, if you're interested in presenting this again in the spring, we have a HTCC conference. It's hosted by UC Irvine. And this is the sort of study that they love seeing there. And if you're interested in that school, they have summer research opportunities that the UROP program, it stands for the University Research and Opportunity Program. This is the sort of stuff that they're looking for. So if you're interested, let me know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Hannah. We will be moving into our next speaker. By Noah Williams, Calysta McKinney, and Aaron McCully. The curious case of kleptocracy. Okay, I'm not gonna try to pronounce that word, but using differential calculus to model the risks and benefits of hair usage in the Peridae bird family.
My name is Aaron McCully.
I'm Calysta McKinney.
And I'm Noah Williams.
And we did problem A of the semiode. We looked at kleptocracy in different species of birds. For the outline of this presentation, we're going to be going over research questions, existing research, which includes both data that we were provided as well as found, assumptions, theoretical models, evaluation of these models, and lastly, conclusions and limitations of our findings. For research questions, in approaching this problem, we focused on the fact that the primary benefit for birds was using hair in their nest as insulation. We will keep this in mind when comparing the results versus the risk of hair stealing, as well as when looking at other possible benefits.
So the research questions asked us to assess kleptocracy and its risk. And we took risk to be predator involvement. And as we can see from the study from 2020, human hair had little effect on predator involvement. I'll get more into that in our assumption slide. And then we also see that the current data on kleptocracy is not significant enough to be relevant for modeling yet, because only one bird was found to pluck hair from the data that we used. So we just didn't find it significant enough to include in our modeling. So for the assumptions, like stated previously, we assume that the hair plucking is insignificant. We also assume that there is no predator-prey relationship, and we base this off the fact that the human hair didn't deter predators. So we also just assume that the animal hair will not deter predators as well. We also assume the birds want to reduce the change in heat transfer from their nest to the environment, assume the nest exposure area stays constant, and the safe nest temperatures are consistent across the world, assume the population for birds is consistent across region, and then assume volume for the nest stays constant. We also want to assume that the thermal conductivity of human hair is the same for animal hair, which is going to be 0.37, and then assume that the general population of birds will have an ideal nest temperature of 37 degrees Celsius.
For our theoretical models, we based it on 3 core ideas. First is Newton's law of heating and cooling, where Q prime, the change of heat with respect to time, is equal to K times the difference between the object, in this case the nest, and the environment. Heat transfer as a function of density, where we have K is equal to the volume over the heat transfer coefficient, and the hatching percentage as a function of change in nest temperature, where the percentage of survival is proportional to 1 over the change in temperature. For Newton's law of heating and cooling, we derived our equation from the temperature as a function of time, where the temperature of the environment plus the change in temperature times e to the negative kt. This can be written as Q prime equals V over our mass times the constant times the difference between the nest and the environment, where Q prime is the change in the nest temperature with respect to time, K is the efficiency of the hair insulation, T is the temperature of the nest, which we assume to be 37 degrees Celsius. The T environment is the temperature of the environment, again in degrees Celsius. V is the volume of the nest, and M is the mass of hair used.
So the temperature between nests is assumed to be a constant 37 degrees Celsius. Or that's required for a safe nest. So this means we only have 2 components of Newton's law that have to change, and those are going to be the heating transfer coefficient K and then the temperature of the environment. So we see that K will actually depend on the amount of hair present in the nest, and in order for the temperature to be ideal for egg hatching, we actually find that the amount of hair in the nest must be inversely proportional to K. This brings us to our model for K, which shows that K is inversely proportional to density. And we can see that volume, which is a constant, is divided by mass times our heat or thermal conductivity constant. And this will mean that the more hair that's added to the nest, or the greater the mass that's added with a constant volume, the more that K will decrease.
For incorporating risk, assuming there is no predatorial risk, we see that the percentage of hatched eggs is inversely proportional to the temperature transferred. We see that the lower the temperature change, the higher the percentage of hatched eggs. For hair and hatching percentage, K is proportional to 1 over the density. Here we can see that P is proportional to the density of hair in the nest.
To look at our model, we needed to test with different climate zones and corresponding temperatures. Here we can see 2 diagrams of the globe and the corresponding temperatures. The climate zone's latitude and temperature are drawn out here. We can see the whole Arctic, subtropical, subtropical temperate, temperate, tropical, and tropical subtropical climate zones, their corresponding latitudes, and the corresponding temperature ranges. We use these values to test our model. Our first test was with the yellow-cheeked tit from Asia. Here we see that Q prime is equal to V over our constant times the mass, and then in parentheses we have there the 37 minus the 20. we assumed a subtropical latitude of approximately 23.5 to 30 degrees and an average day temperature of around 20 degrees Celsius. From this model, we can see that the larger the mass becomes with a constant volume, the lower the change in temperature. Because P is proportional to 1 over the change in temperature with respect to time, the smaller the change, the larger the percentage of hatched eggs. We again tested our model with the tufted titmouse, which was the bird that we saw that stole hair from the research article. For this, we used a subtropical temperate latitude of 30 degrees and an average day temperature of approximately 15 degrees Celsius. Again, the mass of the hair needs to be larger with a constant volume than the yellow-cheeked tit in order to lower the change in temperature. If not, the larger, the smaller Q prime value will lead to a lesser percentage of hatched eggs.
For our conclusion, and for risk, we saw that from the data provided, there was a relatively low risk in stealing mammal hair. Out of all the different mammals that the bird stole from, there was only one instance of aggressive behavior, so we determined that the risk was low. For benefits, the greater the amount of hair in the nest, the greater the percentage of eggs hatched, meaning a greater survival rate for offspring. Additionally, plucking hair directly from mammals will yield more hair than finding it stray in the environment, so it will take less time to gather an adequate amount of hair needed for the nest.
Here's our citations and the resources that we used, and thank you very much for listening to our presentation.
Thank you.
Can you give a round of applause to our presenters? And before we start the Q&A, I just want to spotlight them before questions are asked. Sorry. And Erin, okay. 1 second. Okay, I don't see Erin, but we'll get
Erin wasn't able to make it today.
okay, cool. All right, so we can begin our 5-minute Q&A session. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, we'll start you off then. What made you decide to go into this topic?
This particular, so this was actually part of the Simio challenge, and actually our professor from our differential equations class introduced us to the challenge, and we put together a small team, and myself, Noah, and Erin kind of collectively decided that we wanted to do the challenge that was chemistry based. So that's kind of how we landed on this particular topic.
And we do have, oh, sorry, no, I continue.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're good.
And then our a bunch of our presentation ended up being theoretical. So the data that we were given to do the project was not very good data. So we ended up having to base most of our differential modeling off of just theoretical ideas and other things that we found.
And we do have a question from Keith. Any details on the one case of aggressive hair taking?
No,
okay,
I don't have anything. Go ahead.
So the data that we were given, it was from a research paper, and they listed out the sources were YouTube videos. This was the data that we were given to use, were YouTube videos that the author had found, and then just observations from a specific location somewhere in the eastern part of the US. And so all the description that was given to us was that there was a reaction or there wasn't reaction, and then certain in the case of if there was a reaction, they either had a video listed or they didn't have a video listed, and the one that had a reaction did not have a video listed. So we just had to take the author's word that there was a reaction.
Okay. And since there were a lot of assumptions that you had to make, what was the thought process on coming up with them, as you didn't have a lot of sources to get the information from?
We went down a lot of rabbit holes. I want to begin to, we started talking about well, we ended up, you know, kind of basing everything around climate and temperature, but, you know, we were talking about like mating times, and if the time of year depended on how much hair they would use in their nest, or different types of birds, or even just specific populations. And just there just wasn't enough data for those things, because a lot of the data we ended up using was from summer this year. So things have just started coming out. So we kind of just, you know, it was a process of just kind of like trying to figure out like, hey, what are we actually going to have the most data for in order to create any sort of equation for this?
Calysta and Noah, I'm curious about your, is this the first time you've presented at a conference, and do you have plans to present at more? How does this fit with your own academic journey?
Funny enough, we happen to both be biomedical majors. We found out after the fact. So it's not really directly related to our majors. I really enjoyed doing this. It would be fun to do. We had, as Calysta said, we sort of took what we did from the semio differential modeling and used it for this. I would really like to just do an honors project in the future, or present at a conference like this, and be able to do something with real data, instead of a challenge of not having enough data. I don't know about Calysta.
Right. Well, and the challenge we had was that we only had a few weeks, so it wasn't like we could go out and get our own data. We kind of had to, you know, hurry up with everything and use what we were given. So I think in the future, if I were to do something like this, it would be more on my own time, me going out, actually trying to find, you know, these birds, and to see, you know, if I were to do something even along the same lines as this, I would go about it in a certain way, as to like go out and actually like get the research myself. But yeah, I'd definitely be interested in doing something like this in the future. So I assume it will be a part of it at some point. So. And
do you transfer at the end of this year, or what's your plans?
Yep, in the fall. I think we're both transferring to UC schools, or that's the plan so far. So. Cool.
Well, let's maybe talk more in the spring about, you know, research educational opportunity programs at that school that you're looking at, because this is the sort of stuff where we're talking hypotheticals, and then when you want that actual lab experience and you want to do some more testing with data, those are what those programs are for. And that those would be great kind of incubators, pun intended, to kind of get you going there for you know, some hands-on research with more data. That's awesome. Great job.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Calysta and Noah. We will be moving into our final presentation with David Burnaby, Pfizer's PF0732-133 antiviral for treating COVID-19 in comparison with mRNA vaccine. This presentation will discuss Pfizer's new antiviral medication and compare it to their mRNA vaccine. So Brian, if you would like to share your screen. I mean, David, if you'd like to share your screen. Oh, my bad.
All right, can you guys see that?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, my name's David Bernabe. I'm going to present on Pfizer's new antiviral drug for treating COVID, and also compare it with their mRNA vaccine. And I worked with Dr. Lenny Tross on this. So just to start off with an outline, I'm first going to talk about proteins and protease inhibitors. Then I'm going to talk about hydrogen bonds. I'll discuss the composition of the drug and its mechanism. And then I'll mention some clinical trial data. And then I'm going to end up with the mRNA vaccine and compare and contrast both treatments. So to start off with the background, so proteins are very small but very complex molecules. They're made up of amino acids, and they're connected by peptide bonds. So when viruses replicate, they have no way of really replicating themselves. So they use a cell's machinery to create proteins, and then they can proliferate. So there are molecules called proteases, and they help to basically cut proteins. So the purpose that this serves in viruses is by cutting the long strands of proteins, it'll activate them. So the Pfizer's new antiviral basically inhibits the protease, which will inhibit virus maturation. So here I have an illustration. So if you take a look here at PL Pro, sorry, let me go into present. If we have a look here at PL Pro, that's the protease for the coronavirus. And if you notice here, we have this long strand. So where you see those scissors, that's basically where it makes the cut to activate the proteins. So by activating the proteins, the virus can mature. It can then exit the cell and then continue on its way to do the same in other cells in the body. So I want to stop for a little bit and talk about hydrogen bonding. So we have intermolecular and intramolecular forces. So in terms of intramolecular forces, you might have heard of ionic and covalent bonds. So if you look at this water molecule over here, we have an oxygen bound to the hydrogen. So that's a covalent bond within the molecule. Now we can also have bonds between molecules, which are the intermolecular forces. So if you see this one water molecule is interacting with another water molecule, and that's called a hydrogen bond here. And those are present in everyday life, and they're very important. Just to give you an example, here is our DNA, and I'm sure we've all seen the double helix of DNA. So that's actually kept intact by hydrogen bonds. So if you look at these lines here between the bases, those are hydrogen bonds stabilizing them. So now here is a picture of the actual molecule, the antiviral. So if you notice here, it's got quite a few oxygens. It's got a lot of nitrogens. It's got a lot of hydrogens. So these are really important for making hydrogen bonding possible. So where you have the oxygens, the nitrogens, the fluorines, it can accept hydrogen bonds from other molecules. And then where it has its hydrogens, it can also donate hydrogen bonds. So the basic mechanism of the antiviral is basically to use hydrogen bonding to bind to the protease. So when it's bound to the protease is going to be unavailable to cleave the proteins and help the virus mature. So this is a ribbon diagram of the actual protease, very complex. It has different binding sites. So if you notice here where it has all of the amino acid names, those are different binding pockets. So just to give you some data on the interactions between the antiviral and the protease, if you look here, I have it labeled as PF data. So this is a diagram showing the bond distance between each of the bonds. So ideally you want a smaller distance because a smaller distance in a bond means it's a stronger bond, so it's more stable. So here again in the background, you see the ribbon, that would be the protease. And this lighter green diagram, this would be the actual antiviral. Just to give you an example of another molecule, if you notice here, its bond distance is a lot longer. So that's less reliable. And just to give you a table here, if you notice here, all of these are hydrogen bonds that are being formed between the antiviral and the protease. So in terms of clinical trial data, the antiviral was given with another protease inhibitor, which is ritonavir, which is actually used for HIV treatment as well. So it was given alongside that and labeled as Paxlovid. So it was orally prescribed every 12 hours for 5 days. Over 1,000 adults participated, and all of them had at least one major risk factor for COVID, which means that because of whatever condition they had, it would put them more at risk for COVID complications. And they were all treated within 3 days of symptoms. So the end result was that there was an 89% reduction in hospitalization or death from COVID, which is pretty good. So now to talk about the mRNA vaccine, there are a few. There's Moderna's, there's the AstraZeneca, but I'm going to focus on the Pfizer mRNA vaccine. So first of all, what is mRNA? So we have DNA, right, which has all the genetic code. So mRNA is basically a shorter subset of that gets taken to be converted into proteins. It basically gets read by the cell and then creates the proteins. So the mRNA for the vaccine has the mRNA that encodes for the spike protein. So that's given in a vaccine, intramuscularly into usually the deltoid. So once you are given the vaccine, the mRNA enters the bloodstream and it's going to eventually go to your cells. Your cells are going to recognize the mRNA and they're going to be able to read the code for the spike protein. So once your body sees that spike protein, it's going to recognize that it's foreign. So it's going to start trying to get rid of it. So just kind of to give you a diagram of the immune response. So if you notice here, this labeled antigen, this little triangle would be like the spike protein. So your immune cells are going to realize that it's foreign. It's going to go through a long process. But the most important part is that it's going to eventually form memory cells. So this is important because in the future, you could see that same virus or that same bacteria again, but this time your body's going to be more prepared to fight it. So basically these memory cells will be able to produce antibodies to help fight off that infection. And just to give you a graph of that, here in blue, we have a primary immune response. So like the first time you see that infection. And if you notice the second time around, there's a huge increase in the number of antibodies that are produced. So that's important because the more antibodies you have, the faster you can fight off the infection. So now I'm going to compare and contrast both. So the PF antiviral, it's very much a reactionary treatment. So it's not given until you already have COVID, whereas the vaccine is meant to be preemptive and is meant to reduce COVID complications. The mechanism for the antiviral is different. So it disables that protease and prevents virus maturation. The vaccine, again, introduces your body to that spike protein so that it'll be aware of it and start making antibodies for it. They both reduce hospitalization and death. The antivirals consumed orally. Based on the trials, it was every 12 hours for 5 days. And the vaccine is 2 doses, at least 3 weeks apart. The drug is definitely taking a more active approach in helping fight the virus, whereas the vaccine is really kind of giving your body a head start in case it encounters it. I do want to point out that they're not really meant to be mutually exclusive. Ideally, people would be vaccinated, and then in the case that they do get sick, the antiviral could be used to reduce the risk of hospitalization or death even more. So it's definitely not pick one or the other. They could definitely be used both in tandem. So thank you for your time. Thank you. I want to thank the OMNI staff. And I also want to thank Dr. Lenny Tross for her encouragement and guidance this semester. Any questions?
Thank you, David. Can we get a round of applause for David? And we'll now open the 5-minute Q&A. If anyone has any questions. All right, was there any challenges finding any research on this topic?
At first, it was kind of challenging finding papers on the exact mechanisms and finding a picture of the actual molecule. But once I was able to find one, they reference each other, and I was able to put together the data a lot better.
And why did you decide to research this specific topic? Because of what's going on now and just to inform people, or what was the reason behind it?
So that was definitely a big reason for it. I was really interested in what's going on and informing myself and kind of putting together a presentation to inform others. But this semester I'm taking organic chemistry and biochemistry, and they're very much related. And the ribbon diagrams I presented and all of the bonding that I explained, all of that was what was going on in class. So I was really eager to kind of put that together and apply it to what I was seeing.
And as more people begin to take the vaccine and a lot of people get, ingested with the antiviral, do you think you'll continue this research?
I'd really be interested, yeah, to kind of follow up with it, especially because the antiviral is seeking to get FDA approval soon. I was really interested from the start of the pandemic, just because I think everyone kind of had their mindset on like, we need to push out a vaccine, which is obviously really important. But then the antiviral kind of fell to the background and it didn't have as big of a spotlight. So I'm definitely curious in seeing that route. And also because, like I mentioned before, the antiviral can be used on top of the vaccine. So it could really reduce the risk of COVID even more, like the hospitalization and death.
And we do have a question from Professor Sleeper in the chat. Have you been studying the mutations to other COVID types? How different is Omicron, for instance, from the original COVID strain?
Right. So I actually haven't yet, but I'm interested to look at that. From what I've read briefly, I know that the other two types of COVID, it looks like there wasn't too big of a mutation. I was also reading a paper on right before the vaccine was actually produced, they had to kind of do a lot of research on candidates for what the vaccine would target. As I mentioned, the spike protein was chosen, but there's a lot of components to a virus that we can target. So I think probably the spike protein was the most common and a good enough target that mutations wouldn't really affect it so much. But I know that there are definitely other candidate molecules that could be used that are more general, that could kind of survive mutations and not be rendered useless.
Right. Professor Sleep also said great job. Just one last question. When researching, did you find anything about long-term side effects instead of the usual short-term side effects like headaches and things like that?
No, and honestly, that is one of the things that was kind of hard to find. The clinical trial data, I did go to the FDA site itself, and it has the different clinical phases and their trials listed, but not the data readily accessible. So when I did find the data, it was on Pfizer's site. So I think at the phase that they're at now, it's kind of, they're not completely done with it. So the data is not readily available. It's kind of like in an interim phase. So sadly, I don't have that data to see more long-term effects from that, but I think that is something important to look at too.
All right, great job.
Thank you.
We will, a round of applause, please. We will now be ending our third session of the day. We do have our last session coming up at 1:55 is when we'll begin. So if you want to hang around until then or leave and then join again, we'd love to see you. Last session. Thank you for coming to our last session. of the first day of the OMNI conference. So we will have 4 presenters today, 2 live and 2 pre-recorded. And then each presentation or presenter will have a 5-minute Q&A session. So my name is Zina Abdelmateen, and I am a student ambassador and honors navigator at MiraCosta. I'll also be moderating this session. So also there is a commentary form in the chat if you want to fill it out for honors enrichment hours or for fun. And then we do have a few expectations that we want you to follow. So know that this is a safe space meant for learning. Practice patience with yourself and others, treating everyone with respect, dignity, and kindness. Speak from personal experience and avoid speaking for others. Give everyone a chance to speak and never interrupt them. If you disagree with someone, ask questions to understand their intent or offer alternate interpretations. And with that, we will move into our first presentation. So Lauren has a pre-recorded presentation called How Do I Fit In? Exploring FIRO Theory in Group Environments. This presentation explores how FIRO theory recognizes the complex social dynamics of groups by examining real-world data, uncovering differences in gender, and analyzing media.
Hello everyone. Before we get started, I would like to give a special thanks and shout out to Professor Ortiz for guiding me and teaching me how to put together my scholarly research. So do you ever wonder how you fit in? Do you struggle understanding others and your own interpersonal needs? The focus of my presentation will be on adolescent groups, since we know that it can be hard for individuals to assimilate comfortably into groups at that age. I will look at research that examines both male and female interpersonal needs and compare data to see patterns that explain FIRO theory. And then I will see how FIRO theory and adolescent groups emerge in the media. My presentation will enable you to self-reflect on how you fit in group environments. And hopefully after my presentation, you'll have a better understanding of your own behavior. So you're probably wondering, what is FIRO theory? FIRO theory stands for the fundamental interpersonal relationship orientation. So this theory recognizes the 3 interpersonal needs that we all have in common when integrating into groups. The 3 needs this theory recognizes is the need for inclusion, control, and affection. So let's look specifically at what each of the interpersonal needs is defined by Dr. Schutz when integrating into groups. So first, we're going to look at inclusion, and inclusion is defined by the doctor as the need to maintain a satisfactory relationship between the self and other people with respect to the interaction of belongingness. So the desire is to be seen as significant within the group, and the fear is being left behind. Second, let's look at control. Dr. Schutz defines control as every individual has a need to control his or her situation to some degree so that this individual's environment can be predictable for that person. So the desire is to be competent and the fear is public humiliation. Next, let's look at the final interpersonal need being affection. Affection is defined by the doctor the need to maintain a satisfactory relationship between the self and other people with regard to love and affection. The desire is to be liked amongst the group, and the fear is rejection. So introverted and extroverted personalities, if we compare them, communicate their interpersonal needs in very diverse ways. Introverts will desire the need, and extroverts, on the other hand, will actually express that need. So each person has a different way of expressing their wants and needs because of our unique communication styles, and some people have high needs and others do not have high needs. So after hearing about FIRO theory, you're probably wondering who is Dr. Schutz that I'm referring to, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about him. So Dr. Schutz, he's an American psychologist, received his PhD from UCLA. He's the creator of thyro theory. He also invented the thyro-B scale, which is a measuring instrument used to predict people's interactions with each other. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that on the next slide. So Dr. Schutz was asked by the US Navy during the time of the Korean War to figure out how teams could be most effective in combat information centers on American battleships. So he applied thyro theory to help improve the overall effectiveness, and by applying this theory, he was able to improve the effectiveness of combat teams by 50%. When applying this theory to different group environments, it encourages productivity amongst groups. So next, we're going to look at real-world data that uses the thyro-B scale to measure interpersonal needs. So the research data findings that I'm going to present to you today measure middle adolescents. So researchers conducted this research in a high school classroom setting. About 207 middle adolescents were measured, 70 being males and 137 females. And most of the students were sophomores and juniors in a psychology class who participated in this study. And the mean age for both of the genders being measured was about 16 and a half. So the enrollment in these psychology classes was about 1/3 male and 2/3 females, and the survey questions revolved around adolescent relationship dynamics around others. So the students were given instructions for each form, and they were also given a thyro-B scale. So I want to bring our attention to the image that I provided. If we look on the top of the scale, we see the title needs, and under this title, the 3 needs are listed in orange. Under this are the definitions for each group, for each need in a group setting. And if we look at the left side of the image, it states behaviors, and the title is in gray, and the orange headings state express and wanted, followed by the definitions. On the top of the scale, it states under each heading your express score for inclusion, control, and affection. And if we look down below, the scale gives you a score for wants regarding inclusion, control, and affection. And the scores are given through a 0 through 9 range for each of the little boxes. That's how it's measured. And total expressed just for one single row is going to be a 0 through 27 number range. And that is the same for total wanted. If we look at the overall number range, so what that means is combining those 2 rows, the expressed and the wanted, we're going to get a 0 through 54 number range. So researchers were in the room to answer any questions that the student participants might be confused about when taking the survey, and there was no time limit inflicted upon the students who participated. So the results from the study really gives us an interesting perspective. So between the young men and women that took part of this study, there was some vast differences, and these vast differences really show us how the different genders have different interpersonal needs when in a group dynamic. So males ranked high regarding control and low for the need for affection, and for females, it was the opposite. For females, they ranked highest regarding affection and low for the need for control, and these results really showcase the differences in gender. And according to researcher Malton Borger, many men may navigate friendships by having a shared sense of like a competitive activity, like a sport or a game, over self-disclosure, and they will pick a friendship or group where they feel in control and have independence. If we look on the other hand, in comparison, women, they may engage in activities to develop friendships too. However, research shows that they will desire ones where they can talk. So sharing things is very important. They will seek intimacy and will desire to feel accepted or liked within their social group. And this aligns with the thyro study because according to communication scholar Julia Wood, if we look back through history, men and women handle conflict within groups very differently. Men tend to do things together to bond rather than share and handle things more overtly. In comparison, women tend to bond with oversharing, affection, and handle things more passively to keep the peace, since aggression isn't a socially desirable emotion in the female speech communities. But of course, this is okay in male speech communities. And of course, that goes to the idea of social construction, something as a society that we have decided is okay and is a sweeping statement based on binary gender guidelines. But these patterns do exist and they can be seen quite commonly. So males and females had one thing in common regarding the results from the study, and they felt moderately regarding inclusion. And when integrating into either a heavily male or female group, keep their needs in mind in order to work with that group successfully. So really think back to the results I shared with you. And to assimilate successfully within a group, we must demonstrate appropriate behavior. In that words, that behavior is showing respect. Now that we have an understanding of the interpersonal needs between the males and females, I'm going to give you a detailed analysis of phiro theory in the media we consume. So my research will examine phiro theory in 2 different movies that I will examine, and these 2 movies specifically focus on middle adolescence among female group dynamics. And one movie that I will present goes in depth about unhealthy group dynamics, and the other will show healthy dynamics. So we're going to start off with the classic Mean Girls. For those of you who don't know about the movie or just need a quick recap because it's been a while since you watched it, it's about a girl named Caddy attempting to navigate the girl world and just fit in with the high school setting, and she soon learns that popularity divides her fellow peers, and the new girl Caddy expresses the need for affection when trying to assimilate into a new group environment, which is the plastics, aka the popular girls. And when assimilating, Caddy adapts to negative language practices that are displayed in the group, such as being an active participant in gossiping. And Caddy really struggles with her needs being met in her new friend group. So Caddy's motivation, it soon turns into the need for affection and validation from Queen Bee Regina. For example, during the burn book scene, Caddy says a negative comment about a classmate in order to fit in, and Queen Bee Regina, she responds positively to this negative behavior, validating it and saying a positive comment to Caddy in response. So in other words, encouraging it. Caddy also overshares interpersonal information, which is a sign of insecurity when different girls are trying to fit in. And what's really interesting is we see a power struggle between Queen Bee Regina and Caddy, with Caddy having hidden agendas and trying to establish herself in the group. The issue of top and bottom comes up for, okay, who's going to be the new Queen Bee? And Dr. Schutz describes this issue as the groups begin to have issues with control, mostly regarding decision making. So that's what the top and bottom issue is. And we see this, there's many different examples in the movie. One is Caddy and Regina experience a power struggle and disagreement when it comes to Aaron, Regina's ex-boyfriend. Regina manipulates Caddy and deceives her. She steals Caddy's crush, Aaron, at a Halloween party and kisses him, and this leads Caddy to being furious with her actions. So the integration process of Caddy entering this group, it's considered unhealthy because of the hidden agendas and toxic behavior within the group, and there's a high lack of individuality and high conformity, and Caddy ultimately loses sight of who she is. So what does this mean? When integrating into a group, we must demonstrate and appropriate behavior. And in Caddy's case, that means respecting others. And most importantly, respecting yourself. Don't conform and completely lose your identity. And unfortunately, that's what happens to Caddy. So the movie Aquamarine that I'm going to show you next, it shows a completely different example of group integration. So Aquamarine, it's about a mermaid who swims away from home and washes ashore. She's determined to show her father that love exists, and she meets 2 girls named Haley and Claire who help Aquamarine fall in love. The group integration process is much healthier in comparison to Mean Girls. A common goal unites the girls and really brings them closer, and inclusion within the group is high because each group member has an active role and offers something unique to the group. So I will show you different examples of Aquamarine's interpersonal needs being met, resulting in a very successful group integration process. So the girls' friendship, it starts off very strong because of a common goal, and that common goal is to get Aquamarine and one of the characters, Raymond, to fall in love. And through their adventures, there's a little bit of a power struggle between Haley and Aquamarine, but a little power struggle is normal, and every group, no matter how well-mannered, is going to experience a little bit of conflict. It's a part of a typical life cycle of a group, and it's expected, but really what determines if the group's going to be successful or not is how well they handle the conflict. And what's really great is both of the characters remain respectful to each other and acknowledge both of their concerns. And the girls within the movie, they face many struggles together. For example, the girls experience a lot of struggles with one of the characters, Cecilia, who's portrayed as a villain in the movie, and she's like the mean popular girl who wants Raymond for herself. And the girls' conflict with Cecilia is what establishes a strong level of intimacy within the group. And the girls stick up for each other when confronted by the villain. And as the friendship grows, the girls realize they have more in common than they thought. And Stanford researchers suggest friendships are more likely to develop out of shared school activities and similar interests. And the affection within the group group is high, at the end of the movie, they all part ways, and then they tell each other how much they care and love for one another. And the group integration process for Aquamarine was a success because of the appropriate behavior shown being respect. I cannot stress that enough. With all the rich scholarly work I provided, we're going to do a quick recap of my presentation findings. So my research defined phiro theory and the history of phiro theory. It recognizes, and a recap is, a phiro theory recognizes the interpersonal needs within a group environment, and the creator is Dr. Schutz, and he implemented this theory to help American combat teams during the Korean War. We next examine the differences among middle adolescents being females and males, and the different gender, and we recognized from the study that the different genders we have different interpersonal needs. I then provided a detailed analysis of phiro theory in film, and we looked at 2 film examples that show healthy versus unhealthy group integration looks like. I then facilitate a conclusion on how we must show appropriate behavior when integrating into a new group environment. So I would like to share some concluding thoughts on really what I would like you to walk away from this presentation with. So when new members are integrating into a group, it's so important to be open-minded. The goal should really to be create a welcoming and inclusive environment. When we're in a different group environment, such as school, work, you name it, it's really important to keep in mind the messages we're sending out. We need to be aware of how well we're communicating and that we're showing respect. We always want to give a good impression and for people to see us in a positive manner. The media we consume, it has a big influence on how we integrate into groups. The 2 movies I analyzed focus on a new member coming into an established group. The 2 characters analyzed handled the group integration process very differently. So I would like to share a quote for you guys that I found to be very valuable. And the quote states, "The media we consume plays a critical role in shaping how we understand and make sense of ourselves, our identities, and the world around us. It can perpetuate stereotype and biases, exacerbating injustices and inequalities, but also it presents an opportunity to reduce biases and division and be a gateway to a more inclusive future." What I want you to take away from this insightful quote is really to be more empathetic towards people. Recognize that we all have different wants and needs, and it's the group's responsibility for everyone to be included, accepted, and just feel like they belong. So I would like to transition and invite you on a conversation on these different things. So number 1, I'm really curious to hear your thoughts. Where do you think you rank high regarding interpersonal needs? So that's inclusion, control, or affection. Which one do you think you rank highest? Number 2, how has the media influenced your perception of integrating into groups? So I would love to hear your thoughts and get your input on that. But before we move on to that, I would like to show you my sources page. Thank you so much for listening, guys, and I can't wait to hear what you guys have to say.
All right, can we get a round of applause for Lauren? We will now open up our 5-minute Q&A session. So if anyone has any questions, please put it in the chat or unmute yourself. Okay, I have one. So what made you decide to research this topic?
What made me decide to research this topic is I was really curious on just group communication and how to be a more effective participant when communicating in a group. And that's what really interested me. And also too, just examining the different interpersonal needs and working with the different genders and how we each have different interpersonal needs. That's really sparked my interest.
I have a question. Great job with your presentation. You're
Thank
very
you.
well spoken. I was just curious, do the scores vary a lot from culture to culture? Did you look at all into that?
I didn't examine the culture aspect of it, but that would be something I would definitely research more into, yeah.
Lauren, do you think media companies are aware of this and are purposely manipulating us to be more negative towards one another? I almost feel like you have a much more kind of hopeful message of what we can be doing to bring us together. And I almost wonder sometimes if the media that we're consuming is almost working against that kind of goal that you proposed. What are your thoughts on that?
No, I agree with you. I think a lot of the times too, it like for example, when I showcased Mean Girls, it really has like when you're in a female group, it makes you have like negatively stereotyped certain groups. And I feel like it definitely puts each other against instead of focusing on the positives. And I feel like a lot of the times film, it focuses on the negatives, just dividing us.
Wow, great job. I love the organization. I
Thank
could use this as
you.
I could use this as a teaching model for future OMNI workshops here. So great job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And in the end of your presentation, you said you're curious to see about where we stand.
Yeah, I'm curious. Tell me.
I'm not sure, but I wanted to ask you, where you think you stand.
I would have to say affection. I think I would probably rank highest in affection. And just, I noticed when I work in group environments or just for, in a classroom setting, if a professor gives me positive reinforcement, that like motivates me even more. And it's just, and says a lot of positive comments, that definitely is something that I think affection probably for me, it motivates me for sure.
And then, okay, I have another question. So what challenges did you run into when trying to find research specifically for this topic?
I think some of the challenges that I ran into was there was some of the different studies. It was definitely hard because it is a very broad subject, and it was trying to figure out which specific study I wanted to work with. Like there was one study that I noticed that focused more on it was like interpersonal needs with childhood play, and it was focusing on that and how that it like influences us now, like as adults when integrating. So it was kind of hard to pick like how do I bring it all together and just pick that.
And so did you run into any studies about college students with this with FIRO?
With FIRO theory, I didn't run into anything with college, but I more specifically I saw FIRO theory apply a lot to high school, specifically like the cliques. And I saw that specifically, there was a Stanford research article that I actually used that was talking about cliques and applying that to FIRO theory. So that I didn't really see it as much with college students, but I saw it was predominantly with high school kids.
Do we have any other questions?
I have one more question. I was wondering what made you choose the two films as for your examples, and I was wondering if you were considering other films as well.
Well, I think what made me choose them is I think Mean Girls is such a good example because I think everyone's familiar with it, and it basically shows it's a perfect example of just group integration. And then what I picked Aquamarine, probably not as many people are familiar with it. It's actually a childhood movie that I grew up with, and I thought it brought into light like a positive group integration, especially with female groups. And I think that's not really shown in the media. So I wanted to show a positive aspect of female integration in a positive light.
All right, thank you, Lauren.
Thank you so much.
We will now move in. We will now be moving into our second presentation by Kaley Phan, and it's the male gaze: how society sees women. A look into how our patriarchal society has affected the way in which we view women. So, Kaley, if you want to share your screen.
Okay. Is it working?
Yes, we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, and I just start?
Yeah.
Okay. So hello, my name is Kaley Phan, and today I'm doing a presentation on the male gaze, how society views women. To start, I wanted to talk about my methodology for the project. I basically did a literature review of several scholarly articles covering the topic of the male gaze. Then I also did a content analysis of certain forms of media, like social media, videos, advertisements. So to start, it's best to understand what is the male gaze. How is it defined? The male gaze is a way to view women, which empowers men and diminishes women through sexualization and objectification. And some related concepts to know before I really kind of get into it is the patriarchy, a social system or structure where men have control over primary societal functions, like politics. Objectification, which is the dehumanization to the level of an object. Misogyny, which is discrimination towards women based on contempt or dislike. Internalized misogyny, which is women unknowingly projecting sexist behaviors or ideas onto other women. And then sexualization, which is to make equality sexual or bring awareness to sexuality. So to kind of look a little closer between men and women, and the male gaze is often about men's empowerment. Women are objects for men to use as they'd like. And because the male gaze is in the perspective of a man, it also allows them to control the narrative of how society kind of functions. What are the beauty standards? How is women supposed to perform and act in society versus men? And for women, it's often about diminishment, which discourages empowerment and encourages self-objectification, which can have several negative impacts. Another look here is the male gaze in the media. How does the media reflect the male gaze? Here I have a short video.
Somebody commented on one of my posts recently where I was talking about like the sexualization of Black Widow, and they were like, oh, the men in the MCU are way more sexualized. And I saw that comment and just laughed because it is hilarious that some men really believe that. But a couple of days later, I saw this picture on Instagram of Chris Hemsworth posted. And I had a thought, something occurred to me. And the thought was, men think that this is the female gaze. And the existence even of the female gaze is debatable and muddled, and that's a conversation for another time. But for anyone confused, this is the male gaze. Chris Hemsworth is a very attractive man, but this is for men. All of the shirtless muscle shots in the MCU, that's a male power fantasy, not a female sexual fantasy. Because yeah, tons of women are attracted to him, but this is not for us. Somebody commented.
Okay, so to kind of break down the video that we just saw, we're basically seeing the creator talking about this is the men's perception of the female gaze. While also what we observe here is men under the male gaze of men's standard of men for themselves. And here we see a perceived sexualization of Hemsworth. I'll get into that a bit later, but also, when she's talking about the muscle shots or men taking very gym orientated or strength orientated photos, it's about the male power fantasy, not what the female gaze is orientated towards. And her final point here was, yes, this sort of thing can be attractive, but it's not for women. This is the male gaze of men. And just to break down a few comments here, the first one I kind of wanted to point out is this comment here where it says, women do not objectify men, we personify them, we fantasize men as partners. And something that we'll see in the male gaze is that men do not personify or humanize women. Often it's about objectification and pure sexualization. This next comment talks about, is this what they think sexualization is about? Is that really being sexualized? And, in another study, we'll find that this isn't exactly sexualization of men. This is just men fantasizing about themselves. This is the standard that they often find themselves, creating. This next one is really interesting as well. It's saying, the perspective of the female gaze isn't about, visual and, often shallow concepts. It's about connection and real intimacy. And I really like the phrasing here rather than the things itself, because in the male gaze, women are often viewed as things, objects. In this last comment here, we see there is still a lot of discourse on how this is really perceived, but I really kind of like this last comment at the bottom here, talking about Chris Evans in a video he posted where he was not scantily clad and he was just playing the piano and you can hardly see his face. So in the male gaze, this isn't really idealized. What we often see idealized in the male gaze is, often very sexual and objectification, but this is not for the female gaze. This is men in the male gaze. So this concept continuing was really well demonstrated in a study by Stephanie E. Davis. Her study is called The Objectification, Sexualization, and Misrepresentation, Social Media and the College Experience. And her study basically was focused about 2 Instagram accounts, 600 posts, 300 from each account, that screenshotted each post and had the picture itself, likes and comments. Primary themes I kind of observed from this study was sexualization of women, women being submissive to men, and a focus on the white experience. And before I really get into it, I kind of want you to see this photo. This is an ad in a London public space. Just kind of, what do you observe here? What are you noticing? Something that should really be pointed out is it's being kind of promoted as under the weight loss collection. So you can kind of infer that this isn't really about health or being strong or healthy. It's about losing weight. And this ad was actually featured in this study by Jessica Ringrose and Caitlin Rager, The Feminist Counterpublics and Public Feminisms, Advancing a Critique of Racialized Sexualization in London's Public Advertising. This study basically kind of analyzed the public's response to an ad featuring a highly sexualized woman, the one we just saw, and also a few other ads as well. And primary themes I kind of noticed here was sexualization and self-esteem. To kind of break down the concepts I'm talking about here is under the theme of sexualization, Davis's study about the posts, there was a very strong sexual undertone throughout all of the posts. And it was demonstrated in how the women were not very clothed. And a lot of the posts, women were, not wearing anything, but not exposed, or they were wearing very little clothing. Secondly, it was very dehumanizing for the women. It was mostly about their sexualization, because the post did not include their faces, ID, or identities, anything to really give them a human quality. It was just their bodies. Secondly, for Ringrose and Rager, a lot of the ads with the sexual themes, it was very much sexual. The one we saw there, it wasn't trying to advertise, you being at your peak of your health, being healthy. It was, a woman wearing a bathing suit. And for the theme of submission, Davis found that a lot of the posts kind of had women posing in very submissive ways. And a very strong concept we see here is the male celebration at the expense of women. So in a lot of the posts, one interesting trend among them was this hashtag called Shacker Sunday, which was men taking videos or photos of women staying over, sleeping at their homes after a night together, presumably. And they're often celebrated and praised for it. And these women are kind of like dehumanized in the process and submissive to men in the process because they're under the gaze of the men. This is their narrative talking about, their experience. And for Ringrose and Rager, they found that, a lot of public ads are kind of in compliance with the male gaze. They're advertising to the male gaze. And the last theme is self-esteem. Davis found that, social media and these Instagram accounts focused about the college experience was a very important resource for a construction of identity for young college students. And for Ringrose and Rager, that ad, it was kind of taunting for a lot of women. This was quoted from the study. They said, it was very intimidating to view this very large and brightly colored poster, kind of showing them, challenging them to be beach body ready. And the CEO's response was very disappointing for a lot of women because he basically dismissed the whole critique and, kind of doubled down on what he was saying. And actually they had like a public rally afterwards, to really demonstrate how very strongly they felt about this. And secondly, it also kind of reaffirms the standard of women under the male gaze. This is being beach body ready. This is the standard. And so looking a little bit more closely at women under the male gaze, how are women affected by it? So a test of the objectification theory, the effect of the male appearance concerns in college women by Rachel M. Calogero. It basically talked about the objectification theory and the inherent and apparent objectification on women's bodies, resulting in a variety of harmful consequences like shame and anxiety, higher levels of that. Themes here were objectification, internalized misogyny, the male and female gaze as well. A very similar study done by Ewa Glapka, post-structuralist discourse analysis as a tool of critique, and her study comprised of several interviews with several female college students and their interactions with male attention and the male gaze. Themes that came out through this study was objectification, sexualization, and male attention. To break these down, objectification in Calogero's study, she found that there were several consequences to being under the male gaze for women. Their body perception and social physique anxiety were much worse off, and then for Glapka, she found that a lot of the interviewees had a negative response and were generally unwelcome to the concept and experience of being objectified. For male attention, Calogero found that, there's when the interviewees were anticipating meeting with a man, they had high levels of anxiety and shame. And interestingly enough, when they anticipated meeting with a woman, these levels kind of reduced, they lowered. For Glapka, a lot of the interviewees found that an excess of male attention was often very uncomfortable. And one interviewee kind of commented, it's not the fact that they look, it's how they look. Sometimes, you can kind of tell when someone's eyeing you, and that's kind of objectification kind of coming into play. And oftentimes, to kind of like counteract this experience, they often rejected the concept of the male gaze as a form of protection. And I'll kind of get into that in one moment. Internalized misogyny, Calgaro found that it leads to self-objectification for women and, once again, a lower self-esteem. So for Glapka, there was this one interviewee, she said she was raped, and her trauma response was to blame herself for what happened. And she decided to protect herself. She used rejection of the male gaze as a form of protection. She said she wore no revealing clothing. She always covered herself up. She was very cautious of where she was. And most importantly, she thought by rejecting this concept of being sexual and sexualized that she would be safer as a result. Next, I'll be taking a closer look at men behind the male gaze. There's a very interesting video. It's called Bikini from YouTube, and it's posted from the account of Sociology and Praxis. We see these two men kind of talking about a study where men were observed. Their brain activity was being researched after viewing pictures of women in bikinis. And the ultimate conclusion was that men physically viewed women as objects. And it also kind of brought up another very interesting topic of the biological and sociological perspectives when it comes to the male gaze and how men view women. A very interesting quote here is the portion of the brain that lights up is the portion that's associated with using tools. So after viewing the women in bikinis, this is kind of the brain's response to it. And some future subtopics to study is the female gaze. There's a lot of internet discourse about its actual existence. A lot of people think that because we live in a patriarchy that is dictated by the male gaze, there is no such thing as the female gaze. And secondly, is there a possible escape from the male gaze? And I think Calgaro's study was very interesting. The objectification theory, where she found that anticipating meeting with a woman reduced the consequences of the male gaze. The Sociology and Praxis video was an interesting topic as well, because that brain activation, now we know that it happens, but do we know why? Is it a biological thing? Is it genetic? Or is it something that can be socialized out of young men and boys? Can it be something that is taught and also reversed? Lastly, I think understanding the role of race in the male gaze is very important and interesting as well. For Davis, she found throughout all of those Instagram posts that there was a highlight of focus on being white. How do minorities and race come into play under the male gaze? All right, here are my resources, and a final thank you to everyone.
Thank you, Kaley. And can we get a round of applause? We'll now be going into our 5-minute Q&A session. Hugo, you raised your hand.
Thank you, and thank you, Kaley. Honestly, such an interesting and well done research project. My question to you, you talked at the beginning that the male gaze is, I think, based on your presentation, it's kind of a men shooting themselves in the foot, kind of setting up these expectations for men themselves. Mm-hmm. So, we see our society has seen let's say some sort of frustration for some men with finding relationships. You of course have people like Jordan Peterson. You of course have issues with like incel groups. So kind of, what possible things can be done to remedy those radicalizations? What do you think based on your research?
Not even through my research alone, just being kind of on the internet, I found there was a lot of discourse with this topic. A lot of women like to point out that the female gaze is often catered towards perceptions of men that men actually condemn themselves for. The concept of simps, which is, men being very loyal and dedicated to their female partner, is often condemned by men. But for women, the concept of having a partner that is very sweet and attentive and cares a lot about them is very important. And I think these kind of groups of, you know, the Reddit incel and like 4chan kind of websites, they can be kind of dangerous. I haven't looked too much into how that can play a role. But in terms of counteracting it, I think it's kind of important to have these conversations itself. You know, that video, the TikTok one, there was like 1 million likes on it. And even just looking through the comments, I saw, you know, a few men that were like, I didn't understand it this way. This is very important. Thank you. So I think those are kind of our first steps that we can take towards that issue.
Thank you so much.
All right, I have one. How do you think social media has played a role with, you know, continuing like the topic of the male gaze and objectifying women and things along those lines?
I think in a way it's made it both better and worse. I think it's made it better in the way that, you know, it's kind of brought awareness to this sort of issue. And I see a lot more of, you know, body positivity and women supporting women. Those are very common trends you see now. But I also think it's easier for men to kind of share a message about how women should look. It makes it easier for them to objectify them with so many of them, I guess, available to them. You know, a lot of women that have like internalized misogyny kind of play into it. So I guess it's kind of like a positive and negative when it comes to social media.
I have a question, if I may ask. I was wondering, from your research, was there any information on women developing eating disorders from these heavily male gaze ads in the media? Did you stumble upon any studies on that?
I didn't find any studies specifically about it, but I did note that there was a bit of correlation in some of them, like when they were talking about the objectification theory, how college women kind of responded to that. They found a lot of them had issues with eating, you know, perceptions of their self. They found it very harder to, you know, interact with themselves in that way, but they couldn't say definitively if it, you know, caused it.
Kaley, do you have future plans for this project in terms of, you know, seeing how different circumstances or technologies? I was just thinking about artificial intelligence. The same time I was also thinking about Lauren's presentation there about how we're reinforced through algorithms, right? What we see and what we feed off of, and it's almost like it's feeding us what we want. Have you thought about, you know, future reading or research projects incorporating these sort of areas that I think are going to play a role in again, the development of this topic?
I hadn't thought about it in that way, but I think it is really interesting because I didn't think something, you know, so technical like an algorithm could also have, you know, undertones of the male gaze in it. So I think it would be interesting to research, actually.
And that does conclude the 5-minute Q&A session. All right, we can. Now, do you want to ask your question right now, and then we can move on?
Oh, sure. Thank you. I just was curious. Is this something that has become more prevalent in recent years, and or is it kind of a new phenomenon that has come about?
Something that's actually kind of interesting that my professor did mention is that these sort of topics of like, you know, gender and female and male gaze is kind of almost recycled every couple of years, and it kind of changes each time. The first mention of female and male gaze was actually like, I think in the 1970s or so. And, you know, ever since then, it's just kind of redeveloping itself. And it has, you know, become a bit more of an interesting topic because it became like an actual trend on social media to talk about it and to kind of portray it.
Thank you, Kaley. Great job on your presentation.
Thank you.
And then we will bring in our third speaker, Alma Cuevas. Alma's presentation is called A Financial Analysis of Amazon, an analysis of Amazon's history, the types of products, the challenges that they are currently facing, and the sustainability measures that are taken, and finances. Alma, if you want to share your screen.
Yeah, sure, I can go ahead. And I'll start my video as well.
Thank you.
There we go. Can you guys see it?
Yes, we can.
Great. So a financial analysis on Amazon, and I'll begin. So the company started in 1994 with Jeff Bezos and his wife, and at first it started off with books, and as they were easy to ship and very compact. And then in 1998, CDs and DVDs were added to the collection. Later on, Amazon patented the one-click buying technology, so you can click on the shopping cart and it would automatically take you to pay for your items. Later on in 2002, Amazon started to expand their products yet again to include items like clothing and a myriad of items that Amazon sells today. And then in 2005, Prime was introduced and was very successful with customers. And then finally in 2015, Alexa was became available. Okay. So some of the products that are available on Amazon were home and kitchen, sports and outdoors, games and toys, personal healthcare, household, baby care, kitchen, dining, office products, gardening, outdoor tools, and home improvement. But those were from before the pandemic. And when I researched this, I found that most of what was bought was masks. So when you would search up masks on Amazon, it wouldn't take you to your beauty, as in like face mask. It would take you to like cloth masks, which is what I found was very interesting. So some threats and challenges that were being faced with worker unrest. So a lot of workers realized that they were working very long hours and they would receive very small pay. So they would demand a higher pay and stop working. Another one was retail threat. Since we were on pretty much all online over the pandemic, a lot of other companies started to do curbside pickups and were more present online versus in person. And so as a result of this, Amazon saw that they actually started getting more competition with retailers. So some specific opportunities for growth in Amazon were coming in 2018 with the e-pharmacy. They partnered up with PillPack in order to create an online pharmacy in order to make it easy and faster for their consumers to receive their pills. And then they also created the Amazon store where people or customers would just go in, put stuff in their cart, and could exit by paying on Apple. And then some sustainability measures that Amazon implemented was having recyclable packaging, which would be lightweight and not as bulky as the bulky boxes that they would have, which reduced waste. And it was a less carbon footprint, as more of these recyclable packages would be able to fit on their trucks, and there would be less going back and forth. And then they first created when they first were creating the first recyclable packaging, it was way too stiff. So they definitely had to replan that. And the recyclable packaging that they have now is more flexible. And then for my financial analysis, I decided to take their, I believe, 2020 financial finances and compile them into some ratios. But the ratios that I wanted to focus more on was the current ratio, the profit margin ratio, and the return on assets, total assets. The current ratio increases profit, it increases profit, so they wouldn't need to pay as much for capital. So I believe the successful ratio would be 1. So they are kind of ahead of the game right there. Where they're really advanced would be their profit margin ratio, where it would be the ability to pay short-term obligations, and the ideal would be 1.5 to 2, and they're killing it at 5% over there. And then the return on assets is the percentage of sales that result in profit, and for them 20% is really high. And then those are my we're excited.
Thank you, Alma. We will now open it up to our, oh, can we get a round of applause for Alma as well? And we will now open it up for a 5-minute Q&A. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. So Amazon being so big and being in the tech world, I'm big into the tech world, so I'm very familiar with these companies and how they operate. First, I wanted to know if you think Amazon Web Services, which is one of their biggest products, has any competition at all.
Well, I mean, seeing as they pretty much run Disney Plus, Canvas, I don't think they really have that much competition.
Yeah,
but I mean, with the outage yesterday, that was a big challenge right there.
Yeah, and so with them not having that much competition and understanding that Amazon Web Services is one of the biggest web or cloud providers to basically the entire world, do you think that the government is a threat as far as looking at Amazon as a monopoly?
Yeah, because essentially it could take over any website. Yeah.
And so you think Amazon could be broken down because of them being a monopoly in the future?
I could see that coming in the future, yeah.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and what's the reason you decided to research Amazon specifically instead of another big company like Tesla or something?
Well, so in the summer I was doing accounting 201 as an honors contract with Altacone, and I was thinking of doing Apple or Tesla, but then I think their financial stuff wasn't available to me, and I had to go through certain firewalls. I don't know, I couldn't search it up, so I decided with Amazon, since pretty much everyone's familiar with Amazon. It's kind of big, and I felt that I could find some information on how it changed from 2019 through 2020.
And besides the finance part, did you, I guess, run into research that showed the similarities between the big two phone companies, Samsung and Apple, versus Amazon?
Not really, actually. I pretty much just did a very surface level type of research. I kind of actually wanted to go more deeper into it. So yeah.
All right, and were there any so there weren't any challenges as far as finding Amazon's financial statements and stuff like that?
No, it was easier than finding Tesla for me, yeah.
Alma, as I've gone through my life, when I was a graduate student, I thought Amazon was the most incredible thing because they had the books that I was looking for. And as a used book company, that was amazing, absolutely. And then as that time has progressed, I would say over the last 25 years, I've had very much mixed opinions about Amazon, because while it provides everything, it also has led to stores going out of business. The positive, again, I saw how they came through during the COVID-19 pandemic, but then I also saw some other negatives about how workers were being treated. Has your relationship with the company, as you've done this research, changed? Has it been reinforced? Did you come across other opinions as well from students or your own faculty members or peers or something as you were going through this project?
Yes, definitely. I think I actually wanted to start avoiding Amazon as much as possible, since I think it was one of the many ratios that I looked at, and it was essentially they were buying stuff for way cheaper than they were selling them, which is quite, I was like, if I can find it somewhere else cheaper, why would I do it through Amazon? And they're taking more of my money. So my opinions definitely have changed for Amazon, especially with the worker unrest part.
And right now we see there's a a pushback against Facebook, and there's been, you know, strong reactions from Congress on trying to regulate Facebook. Do you really think it's possible with the power of Amazon and its lobbying and its, you know, media abilities right now, to really break up that company in some way?
Well, I actually was thinking of, since like the outage, I believe, like, I think that if Amazon were to like become like power hungry, then like their users would kind of like disconnect with Amazon and just kind of like avoid like Disney Plus and all of the like servers that they use. That's what I was thinking. I was kind of just like, well, like there's a whole bunch of students worldwide who use Canvas, who use Disney Plus, and they could just stop it at any second. And with like with the use of like social media.
I wondered that too, but now they're controlling my Monday night football games and my Thursday night and my Saturday, you know, Premier League games. It's like, I feel like they're just getting deeper and deeper into my life. I don't know if I can cut them out.
Well, I think like it's like at a certain point, Amazon, I feel like Amazon would become like a little bit too big that it kind of just breaks apart, you know, like there's always like, you know, like those graphs where it's like at the very top, but it has to come down. And I think that's what's gonna happen to Amazon, not like next year, but like soon, you know?
Alma, this is I've watched you present at multiple conferences, and I just want to say I look forward to them all the time. And I just want to say thank you. I'm glad to see you're doing well, and I look forward to the next one if you're able to do it. But always great to hear from you. Thanks, Alma.
Yeah, of course. Thanks.
Thank you, Alma. And we'll go into our fourth and final presentation of the day by Nyle Connolly, Extreme Weather Events and Mental Health, the Unseen Effects of Climate Change. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent due to climate change and have a wide range of negative effects on mental health.
When we hear of extreme weather events, we often think of the physical damage, such as people's homes being destroyed, buildings collapsing, and the physical injuries or fatalities, but we often overlook the mental health impacts that people face as a result of exposure to these extreme weather events. Extreme weather events caused by climate change have significant impacts on mental health. So, what do we mean by climate change? In general, climate change can be defined as changes in climate characteristics over long time periods. We know that the planet is warming. By 2016, the planet has already warmed 1 degree Celsius compared to pre-industrial temperatures due to greenhouse gas emissions. If we continue operating business as usual, we can expect a warming of nearly 3 degrees Celsius, which would have devastating consequences for many parts of the world. Extreme weather events are becoming more frequent and more intense due to climate change. This is due to increased temperature and increased evaporation, leading to more severe droughts and more intense storms. Extreme weather events include floods, wildfires, droughts, heat waves, etc. Shown on the left is a flood in central Texas, and on the right is a wildfire in central California. As a result of these events, people can lose their home, be disconnected from family members or close ones, lose their possessions, have limited access to resources, among many other factors, and these all have strong psychological implications. I'd like to talk about the most common mental health effects faced following extreme weather events. The most common effect is post-traumatic stress disorder, which can be defined as a sense of intense fear, which is triggered by memories of a past event and anticipating that another traumatic event may occur. Other symptoms of PTSD can include feelings of isolation as well as emotional numbing. And importantly, women are more than twice as likely to develop PTSD than men. Another common effect is anxiety. And anxiety can be defined as a feeling of apprehension and tension due to the anticipation of a dangerous or undesirable event. This is generally accompanied by worried thoughts and also physical changes like increased blood pressure. And finally, depression. Depression can be defined as feelings of sadness and a loss of interest in previously enjoyed activities. Depression can significantly impair one's ability to function at work and at home. I'd now like to walk through a specific case study, specifically the 2016 Fort McMurray wildfires. And this was the costliest natural disaster in Alberta, Canada's history, and it was a 1.5 million acre fire which burned more than 2,400 homes and caused the displacement of roughly 88,000 people. This was also the largest evacuation in Alberta, Canada's history. I'd now like to walk through a study which conducted clinical interviews to determine mental health effects of residents and those affected by the Fort McMurray wildfires. In this study, 55 evacuees aged 18 and older were interviewed, and there was an equal distribution of male and female with a mean age of 43 years. As can be seen by the chart here, there was significant cases of PTSD, major depression disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and insomnia disorder. The rates for each were 29% for post-traumatic stress disorder, 25% for major depression disorder, 24% for generalized anxiety disorder, and 44% for insomnia disorder. This really illustrates the significant mental health effects of residents following extreme weather events. I'd next like to walk through two studies which show the long-term mental health effects following the Fort McMurray wildfires, which illustrate the effects 6 months and 18 months following the wildfire. After 6 months, surveys were distributed to 486 adults, and these surveys included the PTSD checklist, which was used to determine likely PTSD in respondents, and those with a PCL-5 score of 33 or more, which is basically a measure to determine PTSD symptomology, were considered to have likely PTSD. The prevalence rate for PTSD was 12.8%, and it was significantly higher in females at 14.9% compared to 8.7% in males. Females were also twice as likely to receive mental health counseling following the event, and this is compared at 8% to males and 17% females. Respondents with likely PTSD were also more likely to report increased drug use, though interestingly, increased alcohol use was not reported. After 18 months following the wildfire, 290 adult respondents were interviewed, and they were given a survey to determine likely PTSD, major depression disorder, and generalized anxiety disorder. There was a 13.6% prevalence for likely post-traumatic stress disorder. This is an increase compared to after 6 months by a little less than 1%. There was also a 24.8% prevalence for likely major depression disorder, as well as an 18% prevalence for likely generalized anxiety disorder. There was also 15% reported hazardous drinking and 9.1% reported drug use. There are some predictors of elevated PTSD symptoms, such as those with a history of generalized anxiety disorder were about 6 times more likely to show PTSD symptoms 18 months after the disaster. Respondents aged 41 years and older were about 2 times as likely to show major depression disorder 18 months after the wildfires, as well as those witnessing homes burning. Those with history of major depressive disorder were 4 times as likely to show symptoms, and those who reported low levels of support from family and friends were about 2.5 times as likely to show major depression disorder symptoms. Elevated generalized anxiety disorder symptoms were predicted by those respondents who reported being fearful for their lives or the lives of family and friends. in which they were about 3.5 times as likely to be present with generalized anxiety disorder 18 months after the wildfires. Respondents with a history of depressive disorder or an anxiety disorder were about 3 and 2.5 times likely to develop generalized anxiety disorder. I'd also like to note that the 12.8% prevalence for likely PTSD is an extreme increase of about 6 times compared to the average Canadian rate of roughly 2%. I'd now like to discuss another extreme weather event, Hurricane Katrina, which was a devastating hurricane which struck the southeastern region of the U.S. in August of 2015. This hurricane was categorized as a Category 5 hurricane, and it led to this displacement of more than 1 million people, and more than 850,000 housing units were damaged. Also, about 300,000 vehicles were destroyed, as well as thousands of ships and vessels. I'd now like to walk through a study which demonstrates the mental health effects following Hurricane Katrina. This study focused on effects 6 and 18 months following the event, and 815 residents of affected areas were interviewed. And they were interviewed using the trauma screening questionnaire of PTSD and the K6 screening scale of anxiety mood disorders. These were used to create prevalence estimates for the disorders. The prevalence for 6 months for anxiety mood disorder was 30.7% and 33.9% for the follow-up survey 1 year later. Please note that the first percentage indicates the prevalence rate 6 months after the hurricane, and the second percentage indicates prevalence rates 18 months after the hurricane. The prevalence rates for serious mental illness were 10.9% in the initial interview and 14% in the follow-up interview. The prevalence rates for PTSD were 11.8% in the initial interview and 20% in the follow-up interview, showing quite a large increase compared to the others. Suicide ideation was recorded at 2.8% 6 months after the hurricane and 6.4% 18 months after the hurricane. And suicide plans were following a similar trend at 1% 6 months after the hurricane and 2.5% 18 months after the hurricane. It's important to note that it's not only those who are actively affected by a climate event that can suffer psychological damage. Eco-anxiety has been defined as a chronic fear of environmental doom, and mental health professionals are observing more and more people being affected by eco-anxiety. One of the main factors which contributes to eco-anxiety is knowing that a dangerous disaster is impending and not having the proper tools or resources to mitigate the threat. The overwhelming threat of an environmentally uncertain future propels eco-anxiety and increases emotional distress caused by environmental change. It is thought that young individuals from high-income countries are especially vulnerable to effects of eco-anxiety. Also, individuals in low and middle-income countries are generally least able to deal with the mental health effects brought about by climate change, and are also the ones least responsible for climate change. Now, what are some ways that we can address the mental health issues moving forward? One of them is conducting more in-depth research on climate change and mental health and better understanding the link between the two. Also developing a more holistic view of health, which includes mental health, and further including mental health indicators in the climate change and health vulnerability and adaptation assessments. It is also important that emergency mental health services are a part of disaster emergency services so that mental health is available to those who need it following extreme weather events. The greater monitoring and documentation of mental health trends following disasters will be able to allow health professionals and communities to better prepare in terms of mental health services for future events, as well as maintaining strong support networks among family and friends to increase your resistance against mental health effects. Thank you.
Can get a round of applause for Nyle. And we will now start the 5-minute Q&A session. Does anyone have any questions?
I have a question real fast. I really like your presentation. I just had a question about some of the data you used. Do you know if like the surveys, did they account for people that already had anxiety or major depression before they took the survey, or they just reported depression as having depression?
That's a very good question. In the surveys, they did record, they asked basically who had previous mental illnesses, which is how they establish the predictors for those developing the disorder or illnesses. So I don't think they, in other words, they didn't exclude people who already had mental illnesses with the event.
Got it. All right, thank you.
Okay, I have a question as well. For the Canada disaster, when you were researching, did you find any evidence about why PTSD was more likely in females than males?
Yes, it was really interesting. I didn't look too into this, but it was thought that there's certain psychosocial factors that play into it, as well as other things, but I didn't look too into it beyond that, but I'd be curious too.
All right, thank you. And Shane does have a question.
Yes.
Hello. So I just wanted to know, did your research ever discuss like adoptions of certain like countermeasures that can combat these occurrences that are happening, especially, since we live in California and it's eternally on fire all the time. So, I mean, did they ever talk about these things?
Well, I didn't look too much into this, but the main focus is really reducing emissions in order to mitigate the threat of more frequent extreme weather events. Aside from this, I don't really know of any other solutions, particularly to reduce the frequency of these events. But I would be interested to look more into that.
Awesome, thank you.
I have another question. Okay. Kaley actually has a question. I'll let her ask. Kaley, if you want to ask a question.
Oh, thank you. So I know you mentioned in like the looking forward part of your presentation that it should like have mental health resources included in like an emergency response. I was just curious if you saw any research or countries that kind of had that already implemented in place.
Good question. I actually didn't look into which countries currently have this in place, but there is kind of a push to begin including mental health in these assessments, which they conduct to basically analyze the vulnerability of communities, but I don't know specific countries which are already implementing these.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious.
Did you find any research about how when the victims are out of the situation, how it affects the people around them or the family that they might have gone to stay with?
I'm sorry, I might misunderstand, but do you mean when people are relocated and?
Yeah, so how has their trauma affected the people that they associate with?
That's a really good question. I didn't find too much information on this, but I mean, I'm sure it has a clear effect on close family and friends that you stay with, but I didn't find any definitive data on this.
No worries, thank you. And that is the end of Nyle's 5-minute Q&A. This is the end of the first day of the OMNI conference. We are starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. as well. I think it is the same link.